Right on the spot.
Ramona?
It's not. We are. We are live, and there's no Ramona, but there is Roland, presumably in waiting room.
Okay.
Ramona's not there. I'll talk to her.
We have 5 minutes. I don't know. I mean, y'all direct me if you want me to bring him in. I can. To wait.
Hold on just a minute or two. Should be here.
There she is. Ramona, you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. Okay, let him in.
All right.
Name is Roland.
Yes.
Roland?
Yes, sir.
This is Charlie Power, Appraisal Review Board.
Oh, how you doing?
Thank you. You have multiple accounts this afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir. I've got 5 accounts.
Okay. I got to go through the script at least one time, and then we'll go.
Okay.
Just bear with me.
Sure.
We're opening a hearing in 20-231, account 25044. This hearing is being recorded. The appraisal review board will be hearing your protest. At the table are Tom Powers, Cindy Dutt, Kathy Hoffman, Robert, and Mr. Ramona LeBlanc. Now work for the. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Comptroller is an electronic service. We offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. We appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code 41.45, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I assume we have everything, right? Roland?
Yes, sir.
You have all your evidence, right?
I have my evidence. I'm hoping you have my evidence. And I heard about maybe 60% of what you said. So you were kept on getting cut off and back in and cut off and back in.
Were you shuffling some papers?
No?
That was me.
Oh, okay. That seems to. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll start with others. Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code. Second question.
I, Cindy Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not spoken with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Davis, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garozzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing, since you signed the affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
So do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Governor made me ask that. Do you have access to, or do you know have the hearing procedure times chart? It was page 5 in one of the packages that was sent to you.
No, sir.
Okay, well, it outlines the times for presentation, cross-examination, rebuttal. We'll walk you through it. We have a timekeeper, so she'll tell you when to start and stop.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pardon me. Are we starting with account number 26628?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
25044.
Did you get that?
Yeah. Hold on. I thought I had heard 26628. So, again, like I said, you're coming in and out, so I didn't catch the number. So it's 25044.
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. The last question is, do you want to go first, or would you like Mike to go first?
It doesn't matter, sir.
You have to choose.
I'll go first. Let me just go first.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. You're looking at the affidavit, I'm assuming, and
Yes.
I'll just get to number Roman numeral 2 down at the bottom. Property count is 25044. The market value by the appraisal district is $1,761,430 for 2020. And cut me off or say something if I'm on the wrong page or something. The value that I'm looking for or would like the panel to consider, the board to consider, is $1,709,000. Okay. I'll go to Roman numeral number 1, which is the district's comparable sales. I used comparable sale number 2, which was the sale date was 9/13/2019 for $1,534,500. And the total square footage of that property is 3,926 square feet. And then on Roman numeral number 2, which are my sales that I selected, should be Key Allegro homes sold 700,000 and above. It should be Roman number 2, account number 25046. That's at the 8 Edgewater Lane. That's sold for $1,285,000. The square footage for that was 4,409 square feet, and that sold in August of 2018. The next sale, which would be the third sale, would be account number 25229. That was on 50 Blue Herring, and that sold for $1,150,000, and that sold in March of 2019, and the square footage was 2,548 square feet. I used those 3 sales. I averaged them out. It came out to $377 a square foot, and that's how I arrived at my value of $1,709,000. And that's what I'll ask the board to consider, and I'll leave it at that. Oh, and then if you look at the last Roman numeral 3, should be an aerial photo, and it shows the location of the subject property, and it shows the location of the 3 sales that I chose. Did everybody follow me on that, or any questions?
We got it.
Just one, would the protest letter shows market value and equity. It also shows other, but it's not explained.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what other means in this context?
Other is for the protection of myself and for my client.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so, and that's all you have to say, Roland?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so at this point, so now, Mike, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 to present.
In my cross-examine time, Roland, are you aware that the subject property is currently on the market for 2.6 million?
Yeah, I think I read that in your handout, sir, and I think it was taken off the, I think on your handout, it said that it was taken off the market in May, if I'm not mistaken, April or something like that.
Right.
This year.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I mean, you made me aware of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In your comps, in your evidence that you presented, I guess one of the comps that you used was our comp. You said Roman numeral 1.
Yes, sir. It was comparable comp number 2 on your handout.
Okay, not comp number 2. So that's, so you just used the 1.8 million, right? Is that what you used?
The one that was on 54 Blue Herring.
Okay.
1,534,500. If I hear your question right.
Right. Comp number 2 was Edgewater. And then
Yes, sir.
comp number 3 was just, or Roman numeral 3 was just the map. But comp number 3 was just 50 Blue Heron, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think so. 50. Yes.
Sounds great. Going to my evidence. The subject property currently has a value of 1.761,430. Currently, or it was on the market up until May of 2.6, nearly 900,000, nearly 900,000 more than what we currently have on the subject property. The comp sales that we have, the 2 things under protest, if you have market value and have unequal compared with other properties, the other that he testified that he's just using that for protection. The burden of proof is then on the citizen or the property owner's agent for anything beyond the first 2 appeals. And so I'm going to address market value and unequal. Again, the subject property is a 7ST. We have a market value of 1.761 for 430. It's on, it's in Key Allegro, and it's on the Little Bay Shores table, which means if you're looking at the pictometry imagery, it's one of the edge properties that has a superior view to Little Bay. And if you look, the very first comp that we use is the one right next door. It's 10 Edgewater. And if you look at 10 Edgewater and you look at that one, it's not the one that's to the, it's not the one on the pictometry imagery. It's not the one on the left. It's the one on the right, which is actually more of a canal view. And that one sold for 1.255. It's an inferior class, it's a 6FB. And if you look, there's a market difference in the land value element alone. There's a $325,000 just value in the market in the land element alone. When that's appropriately adjusted for the land, it produces or renders a value of 1.894. The very next one is 54 Blue Heron, which again, this is a 19 sale. Sold for 1.534 million. Very similar in classification. The difference there is the land element. So if you just look at it on gross numbers, the biggest adjustment there is the 1.53 for the subject. I mean for the comp. You're adding 290,000 just for the land difference, and you're getting close to that number where that's that rendered value of 1.849. Again, comp number 3 is 60 Curlew. 60 Curlew is a 7SS minus. The biggest adjustment there again is the land element. Sometimes you get sales that are right along the edge and sometimes you don't, and you have to use the best you can, but you appropriately adjust. And that particular value that's rendered, it was a $1.2 million sale. That rendered value is 1.811. Comp number 4 is very inferior from the land element standpoint. It's a huge adjustment there. It renders a value of 1.656. Number 5, much the same way. These last 3 comps, their land value is much more inferior to the subject. They're huge adjustments. We're trying to just show what a 6S, a 6FB, what those are selling for in the marketplace. Again, an inferior land segment by far, and an inferior class, and those are selling for an excess of $1 million. When you look at the median value for all of those values, you're going to look at the indicated value of 1.872236, which supports the 1.761. By far the most relevant to the subject property are the one next door that sold for 1.2, and you're looking again at the difference in the land, and that renders a value of 1.8. And Blue Heron also has a very most similar, still $290,000 land adjustment. It renders a value of 1.8, and therefore, if you look at that and then you compare it to the median value that's produced, those are the most relevant to the sales comparison. Moving on to equity. In equity, these are not necessarily sales; they're just going to be other properties and how they're appraised. We try to pull other class 7 properties. The differences are going to be in the land element, the effective age, and the sizes. You can see that comp number 1 is also on Edgewater, renders a value of 1.7. Comp number 2 is on Albatross, renders a value of 1.7. Comp number 3 is on Bayshore, renders a value of 1.8. Comp number 4 is Kingfisher, renders a value of 1.7. And comp number 5 is Malibu, renders a value of 1.8. The biggest difference with all of these is the land value element, and that Little Bay Shores, or that Little Bay view is the biggest factor that's changed in all of these things. That's the biggest adjustment. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that although it seems reasonable on the surface that, hey, we have a value of 1.761 and we're only asking for 1.709, you say, hey, that seems kind of like in the ballpark and reasonable. The one thing that I would point out is in that sales comparison, one of his comps was an 18. All of my sales are in 19 and 20.
Okay. All right. So now, sir, you get
Wait.
2 minutes.
Wait a minute, please. Roland, did you hear all that?
I got most of it. Yes, ma'am. What was that next? What was that? Was it my turn? Is that what you're saying?
I was going to say that I didn't hear any of Mike's evidence.
Well, and now you're popping out.
Did he hear?
Okay.
Did you hear all of the district's evidence?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ramona didn't.
Okay. Let's see what happens. And if you start not hearing us, please make us aware, okay, Roland?
All right. Okay. Let me make sure you're aware. Make me aware if you're not hearing me.
Okay. Ramona, are you?
Okay. Okay.
All right, so
is it my turn?
It is your turn, and you get 2 minutes for cross-examine, 2 minutes for rebuttal. So you get a total of 4 minutes, okay?
Okay, I'll keep it short. Basically, the district pointed out that the property was for sale, and I'm not sure, I can't remember the number. I think it was in excess of $2 million, and the district will correct me if I'm wrong. The only thing I'll say, and the district can say yay or nay, that anybody can ask for whatever they want on a property. That doesn't make it official that it's worth that much. They're asking for it so they can negotiate downward. So by pointing that out, I want to make sure that I point that out, that if I was selling my house, it might be worth only $300,000, and I might ask for $425 and see if anybody bites, or $500 and see if anybody bites. You know, I've seen that happen. You have people, especially here in San Antonio, for a while, you had people coming from California. They would sell a house for 1,200, 1,400 square feet, and they'd get $500,000, and they'd come over here to San Antonio, and they'd get twice the square footage for $200,000. A lot of people don't know what the market is, and they're hoping that somebody will bite. So I'll leave it at that. I'll ask the panel to consider the values that I suggested of $1,709,000 based on the evidence that I presented, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so now the district gets a 2-minute rebuttal.
I would say, if you did not consider, always take hold of the data. But even if you did not consider the subject was on the market for 3.6 and did not sell, what did, and look at the sales information that I provided sales comps. I provided 6 sales comps that all sold in 2019 and 2020. And relevant, or the 2 most comparable, are the one right next door and the one on 4 Blue Heron, because they have the smallest net adjustments. When you're looking at the,
And I don't mean to cut Michael off, but I hear about half of what he's saying. So, but I'll leave it at that.
Can you go closer to the microphone, Mike? Sorry.
sure, I can
That
do that.
seemed to help last week.
Yeah. Thank you, Roland. What I was saying is, in regard to what I would say is that all of the sales that I produced were in 2019 and 2020. In my opinion, the 2 most relevant are comp number 1 and comp number 2. They have the smallest net adjustment, and by far the largest adjustment associated with that is in the land element itself. The subject is superior because it overlooks Little Bay. In my opinion, the land or the overall value supported in the sales comparison approach. When you look furthermore in the equity approach or the equal and uniform, the median equity value that's produced is 1.77, which supports the 1.61 that's on the subject property. Again, those are appropriately adjusted for land element, size of the structure, the effective age, and all the individual segments in the accounts. I welcome any questions that the board would like to ask.
Okay, so now, Roland, you've got 1 minute closing, dear.
Oh, okay. I think he said comp number 1 and number 2 are the most comparable. I'll point out that there was one sale, and I think he pointed it out, that I used on Edgewater Lane that was 2018, while his were 19 or 20. And if you look at sale number, his first comp, which was on Edgewater, 10 Edgewater, and my comp, which is 8 Edgewater Lane, you'll look at the square footage of the both properties. There's about maybe 400 square feet difference, but the sale price are almost similar. $1,255,000 on comp number 1, $1,285,000 on comp number 2, showing that, and they're both located on Edgewater, and you're looking at minimal difference in sale price, other than the square footage of about 400 plus square feet. So again, I'll just leave it at that, and I'll ask the panel to consider the 1.7 million and some change.
Okay, now the district gets its last 1 minute closing.
Yeah, what I would say is that the only differences between the subject at 12 Edgewater, the one that sold at 10 Edgewater, the one that sold at 8 Edgewater, the difference is in the land element. It's proven in the marketplace that if you're on the point and you got that unobstructed view of Little Bay, the market has reacted very positively to that. That's the only difference. If you make the adjustment for land, and it's very evident in my comp grid that if you make that adjustment for the land, it's rendered a value of 1.8, in excess of 1.8, which supports the value for the subject property. District rests.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board, 5 minutes to discuss this property.
I think that the district's equity and sales figures don't warrant any change in the assessed value of the property.
I agree. I think the land value here is key, and
I can attest to the fact that I'm familiar with this property and the land is, I don't really think.
Ramona? Did Ramona?
I'm here. The land did not go up in value since last year. It was the structure that went up almost $300,000.
Did we take a Harvey code or something off? I
I can look into it.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see if it was unfinished or something.
Just want to go into, yep.
It's so beautifully landscaped.
Never been in it.
Not in the house, I've been out.
Sorry.
Listed right here. Yeah, it looks like we modified the structure value because the subject property owner updated the house in some regard. And we got that information through the listing information. So we updated the class and the effective age to reflect that. But comparable sales support the value with the new class, yes.
So this was a 6 before?
It was a 6 ST before.
The pictometry. Is the house that's White House,
Okay.
is that, you got the same land table?
Let's take a look at the land value and the land table for, no, that other one right here.
This one.
Yeah, that one right. That is 25043. So just pull it over so everybody can see. And Roland, this is not an evidence we are presented, but it's through the investigative portion that the ARB is asking.
All right. I'm not sure what they're asking, but okay.
I just want to see the land value of the house adjacent to this one.
Oh, okay.
The table is 3203 Little Bay. It's $74 a foot. And then can you go back to the subject? You could just bring up the evidence. It's going to be on the card. $3203 Little Bay, $74 a foot.
Got it. Okay.
30.
It's called 3203. It's the name of the table.
I agree. I think that the value should stand. I think the district has shown both through sales evidence and comparable equity evidence that it's fairly valued.
Okay. Ramona, you agree?
Yeah,
Okay, so on account 25044, where we were asked to consider incorrect appraised market value, appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and any other issues which might affect the total value on the property, we recommend that you leave the 2020 value as it is currently at $1,761,430.
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor? Aye.
um,
Hearing is closed.
Could you repeat that number again? Was there a reduction or no reduction?
No reduction.
All right, thank you.
What's next?
233.
233. Roland,
Yes, sir.
next account 25315. Is that okay?
How about 25395? Did you say 25395?
255.
215.
25395?
25315.
1.
15. Can we do 23? Can we do that other one 2395?
The next page, page 4 at the top.
Nope.
2595.
Yeah.
So don't use this.
No, I'm gonna give you another one.
What are we doing?
Don't sign this piece of paper that she already.
Not yet, that's gonna be.
Because that'll be the next one.
Okay, opening a hearing on case ID 2020-236, account 25395. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavit to that effect. I, Charles, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 1.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garasi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Roland, you're still under oath because you signed the
Yes, sir.
affidavit.
Solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Roland, who goes first?
Yes, sir. Pardon me?
Who goes first?
I'll let Mike go. Well, I'll go first. Doesn't matter.
Okay,
I'll go first.
5 minutes.
All right. Affidavit, account number is 25395. The district has the property appraised at $199,090 for 2020. The value that I'll be seeking from the board is $140,000. That's what I'll be asking the board to consider. If you go to the next page after the affidavit, should be Roman numeral 1 up on the right-hand side. I have this broken down as building 1, subject properties in building 1. You have 4 properties going from 25390, count number 25392, all the way down to the subject property of 25395. They're all 1,122 square feet. The district has each of those properties appraised at $199,090. Then I'll jump down to the next, down below where you have building number 2. Again, these are building 1 and building 2 are mirror images of each other. the account number from 25,386 all the way down to account number 25,389. Again, all these properties are 1,122 square feet, yet these properties are appraised at anywhere between 165,000 to a high of 172,590. And I'll repeat that. Account number ending in 86 is 165,000, 1,122 square feet. Account number 87, 1,122 square feet, 172,590. Account number ending in 88, 1,122 square feet, 172,590. Account number ending in 89, 1,122 square feet, 165,807. If you look at the average building 2 for square footages of 1,122 square feet on building 2, that's 168,997, opposed to building 1, which is 199,000. Again, I'll repeat, these properties are buildings 1 and building 2 are mirror images of each other. Square footages are mirror images of each other. In both buildings, you have 2 properties that are 1,402 square feet, and in building 2, you have 2 properties that are 1,402 square feet. I'll go to the next page, which should be the map, should be Roman numeral 2, and you'll see basically my numbering, building 1, building 2, subject properties highlighted in blue, and again, it should coincide with the numbers that I have on that other, on that first page. Go to Roman numeral 3, which is an aerial shot, gives you the general location of building 1, where the subject property is, and building 2. You can see that they're side by side on the bay, and I'll repeat, they're mirror images of each other. Both properties, building 1, building 2, having 4 properties that are 1,122 square feet, and building 1 and building 2 both having properties that are square footages of 1,402 square feet. The next Roman numeral number 3 are photos that I took on January 21st, 2020, basically showing the property, building 1. The next photo just below it is the photo of the bay area, showing the just showing the bay. If you go on to the photos, I'll have Roman numeral number 4. It just shows you photos of the properties in general. Basically, in building 1, where the subject property is located, there has been I was going to say that there has been no and no repairs done, but let me step back on saying that there has been minimal repairs done, if any, since 2018. Those properties have stayed the same. You can look at these properties. You can stand from one end of the building and look all the way across, and you can go from room to room, apartment to apartment, and basically just going through 2x4s. There has been no work done on these, or excuse me, very limited work done on building 1, and I would say building 2, because I'm building 2. If you go to Roman numeral 5 of the photos, you'll see 2019 photos, January 28. I took these, showing basically the subject property and the buildings and the apartments next to it. Again, minimal work has been done on these properties. You have basically, since the hurricane in 2017, other than cleanup in 18, there was no work done in 19. 18, there was no work done on 19. And my understanding is finally the work has started slowly going forward in sometime early 2020. So that's why we're here. I'll ask the panel to consider $140,000. You have minimal repairs done on these properties, and basically my client is paying homeowner association fees, taxes, and has no way to enjoy the property because his hands are tied. My understanding from going out there and talking to I think it was a supervisor, mid 2019. He told me that they were having problems getting paid. That's why work was stopped in 2019, and a lot of subs just took off because they weren't getting paid. And so there you. Yes, sir.
We understand. You're out of time.
Okay.
Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes to present.
Can he present first before he cross-examines so I know what to answer?
I'm sorry, cross-examine and then rebuttal. I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to cross-examine, and then I'm going to present, and then he's going to rebut, and then I'm going to.
Right. Sorry.
Right. Well, first thing I'd like to just determine is that, you know, we've run through the traps many times of having a shell conditioned home at 52%. I want to point out for the record that the subject is currently at 52%. It's for a shell of a home, a shell of a structure. That's what we currently have assessed for this property. That's the one right next door or in that building number one. All of the building number one is 52%. So
Building one is almost complete.
But at 199, that's 52%.
yeah, and it's 52% as of the first of the year. You know, at January 1 of 2020, we said that it was 52%. So I believe that the subject right here is building number one. That's the one in question, which is account number 25395. And then if you go back to his evidence, he actually lists these out. And 25395 is that one in blue that he has highlighted on building number one. What I'll say is that, you know, from an equity standpoint, if you look, you know, we have building number one and we have 199. There's for the majority of these 199, 090 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. There's 2 others that are different, and you know, they're actually bigger in square footage, but I think they may be in. That's account number 25396 and 97. And if you look at those are 96 actually bigger.
Those are townhomes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're up and down. So, in any case, the ones that are most similar to the subject are all appraised in similar fashion. I'm going to go to my evidence. So what's here and what sold after the storm that purports value, okay? This subject is part of the 1100 building, okay? 1100 is the building. We have a sale after the storm in a state of disrepair of $235,000. That's comp number one. It's an older sale, but it is the most relevant standpoint that it's in that same building. If you look, the subject is 1104 sand dollar. The sale is 1102 sand dollar. It has, if you look at the square footage of the subject in comparison to that sale, you'll notice that it's 1122 and the comp is 1122. It sold for $235,000. And this was in 9/15, well after the storm, well after a state of disrepair. We still have it in a state of disrepair on January 1. That is by far the best comp. All of the other comps, they're going to have what you see as different neighborhoods at the top here. The other one's a 500 building on comp number 2. Comp number 3 is 500 unit, and then you have a comp number 4 is a V100 building. Those are all, you know, you say, wow, I mean, these are actually sales in 20 that are occurring, but those are for completed structures, to the best of my knowledge. 3 and 4 are completed structures.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. when you look at this, you're looking for an uncompleted structure that's in the same building, sold for $235. When you're looking at the equity grid, and by the way, our sales grid is supported at the 199 that we currently have for the subject property. When you're looking for the equity grid, we are pulling from the same building, the 1100 building, properties right next door, 1101, 1103, 1104 is the subject, 1102 is the next comp. These 4 comps are identical. They're in the same building. They're right next door to one another, and they have the exact same value. From an equity standpoint, you can't even, you can't argue that. So that's the evidence that we have. We understand and affirm that the subject property is in an incomplete state on January 1, 2020. That is accounted for in completeness, and both equity and sales are supported. When you look at the best sale, it's the one, 1102. It's in the same building. It's sold in an incomplete state. The subject is in an incomplete state. From an equity standpoint, you have 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 that are identical value.
Okay. It, Mike?
That's what I got.
Okay, so Roland, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 for rebuttal.
Oh, I thought he was going to cross-examine me. Okay. Would you agree that building 1 and building 2 are the same buildings?
I would not agree.
Why is that?
I just said that I didn't agree. You asked me if they were the same building, and I said no.
Well, would you agree? Now I'm asking, why not?
Because you asked me if they're the same building. They're not the same building, and they're not seen in the marketplace according to our information in the same way.
They're not identical buildings, both having 4 units of 1,102 square feet, both having 2 units of 1,402 square feet.
I don't know if you're asking me a different question. What's the second question? They're different.
Are you trying to be evasive or what? I'm just asking. These 2 buildings are mirror images of each other. They both have 1,402 square feet, 2 units. They both have 1,102 square feet, 1,122 square feet of 4 units. It doesn't make an economic sense to build buildings that are different. They usually, out of just economic purposes, they don't try to change floor plans. They just go on and duplicate. These buildings are the same. I've walked through them. They're the same. The units are the same.
I would agree to the latter statement, Roland. Now the next follow-up question, which, I assume, are they seen in the marketplace in different ways, or are they seen in the marketplace in similar ways? And what we've seen historically from sales is that they're seen in different ways. You'll notice that building number 1 has 147, building number 2 has a neighborhood of 118. And that's a major difference. It's not us telling you, it's the market telling us what they're willing to pay for these things.
Okay, so what are the differences between building 1 and building 2 have you focused on when comparing?
The physical difference is 1 is further to the west and has a superior view. Again, this is the market telling me, not the market, not me telling the market.
So if I heard you right, building 1 has a view as opposed to building 2.
Building 2 has a great view as well right now, but at one point the marketplace was determining that those were different.
At one point. Now the building 2, now both have views now. There is no obstruction of view.
Right. Yeah.
Look at my aerial number, Roman numeral 3. There are no
I agree.
structures.
The point.
Okay. Then why weren't they valued the same? I've walked through both properties. They're both similar.
Right. If I were to do
There's no difference in what they've been repaired because I've looked at them.
Right.
There has been no repairs on either one of them.
Right.
Or minimal, I should say.
Right, and the differences would have been the differences in the sales prices of things that were building two. And I have to go back. It was not presented as information today, but if I'm recalling, there was a difference when that was presented for information and sales in 2018. But again, the marketplace was actually telling us that there was a difference there. I mean, your point is well taken. I mean, right now with that marina torn down, they appear to have similar views, but at the time, I don't know. The marketplace is placing a difference on them.
Again, that is my whole reasoning behind it. There is no marina. They both have similar views. They are identical buildings. There are identical units on each building. They're in identical shape in repairs. I've been in through both buildings for the last 2 years, 3 years now. And the one sale that you used only on building one, and you did not even choose to reflect it on building two, yet it was there. And then again, one sale does not make a market. How do you compare one sale? It could have been sold to his grandmother.
All right, Roland,
Yes, ma'am.
you're a little bit past your time, so now we're gonna go to district rebuttal, okay?
Sure.
You get 2 minutes to rebut district.
What I would say is that Roland makes a good point that maybe building two ought to be brought up, but in that year that we received that information, there was a difference. That's the reason these were set at specifically 147 and 118. Those numbers are not just picked out of the air. They're actually derived from the marketplace, meaning that it's not arbitrary. Those numbers are very specific to the marketplace. Would not disagree that they, in the current state, that they have similar views, but it would be that building number two should be brought up to the 235 state or the 199. If, you know, not
Is that what he's wanting us to do?
not the other way around. The second point that I'd like to rebut is that in the whole information state, even in his evidence, you know, that he presented, you know, he's saying that building number two ranges in price from 165, which that is, I can see that that's a very specific number. It looks like it's an ARB order that remained in place. The others are ranged from 172 to 196. Again, there's a difference in the 147 and the 118. Having said that, they're different buildings. They are different buildings. You got building 1100, and then you got the next building over. They're different buildings. They are different buildings, and the ones that are right next door, boom, 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 support a valuation of 199 that we currently have on the subject property. Furthermore, I just want to ask a question. You know, you purported a value of 140. How do you reconcile that with your own grid when you have the first building at 199 and then you have the second building that has an average of 168 and change, almost 169? How did you arrive at the 140?
How did I arrive at 140? That was the last year's value that I requested.
Okay. All right.
And you got it?
No.
Okay. All right, so now, Roland, you've got 1 minute for your closing.
Basically, my closing is building one and building two are the same properties. They have the same makeup. They have the same architectural design. They have the same number of units. Both of them have 6 units. Both of them have 2 units of 1,402 square feet. They both have 4 units of 1,122 square feet. I'm not asking that the value of building 2 be raised. I'm asking that my subject property on building 1 be lowered because they are comparable to each other. There is no reason why building 2 should have values of $165,000 and $172,000, while right next door, similar buildings, similar square footages, all similar shape. There's similar defects on them. Basically, they're both have had minimal repairs for the last 3 years. They should be valued the same. out of consistency. I've looked at both properties, building 1 and building 2, for the last 2 to 3 years, and they're similar. Nothing has been done, or very minimal, I should say, has been done to these properties.
All right.
Neither one of these counts. And to base everything on one sale, I don't agree with that either. That was one sale that
Roland,
happened almost a year and a half ago.
Roland,
So I'll leave it at that.
time's up.
Okay, so now Mike, you get 1 minute to close.
What I would say is that it's, the market value is not based on one sale. We presented evidence here. The most comparable sale is the one that goes up that's the exact same size. It is the most comparable. It is the most relevant. But let's not look at that. Like you said, let's not make one sale make a market. Let's look at the sale for 310,000. That's smaller than the subject. Let's look at the other sale, column number 3, that sold for 274. That's smaller than the subject. Let's look at the one that's bigger than the subject that sold for $343,000. So yes, not one sale makes a market, but the most relevant sale is the one 2 to 4. That's my take.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss this and come up with our answer.
Charlie?
No doubt that the 2 buildings today ought to look the same. We don't have any sales numbers for building, the other building, to even compare to. So we have sales numbers for building 1, and theirs out to 199.
We hope to get a sale next year to support.
Yeah. So
I want to bring up his pictures. This is, we should be going and treating this and looking at it. It's got doors on it now, but the electric and all that, I mean.
it looks like a 52%er to me. I mean, we could run it. It sure looks like a 52%er. I think we've done this building before.
We've done that.
Yeah.
We have done that.
Yeah. And you get all the way down to exterior finish complete, which gives you about 52%. And that's what's in the system now, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I don't think it's 52%.
You think it's less?
Yes.
All right, how about if we run through, can we run through those numbers real quick?
Foundation,
I would like to.
roof sheathing, roofing complete, exterior wall finish, plumbing topped out, electric roughed in.
But you gotta tell us how much goes into.
Well,
Yeah, no, he'll.
Okay, he's gonna,
I'll add them up when I get down. But there's a break, when I get to a break point, I'll add them up. Installation, heating and AC.
No,
there's no insulation.
No insulation.
I don't see plumbing.
The plumbing topped out, it means it's coming through the foundation.
There's no finish.
Where so there was no insulation continued?
I would ask that Mike stay out of this and let them, unless you're being specifically asked a question.
Thank you, Roland. I'll be quiet.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Heating and AC roughed in, exterior finish. Then we get into carpentry and painting and sheetrock, and from there, there's really nothing.
I don't think the air conditioning's in, if you look at these pictures.
Yeah, it is. All the air conditioning units are on the roof. You can see them up there.
Yeah, it's rough. Yeah.
But you can't see the ductwork in the ceilings.
I can see ductwork in one picture here.
Yeah, it's on the side of the wall,
See
hanging there.
I see ductwork on the floor. So
Correct.
I believe the air conditioning has been completed in all the buildings. I can't say that for a fact.
You know,
Well, but you know what? If you look at this one picture,
I think the air handler would have stayed indoors. You know, probably always was there.
No, it's all changed.
no, but you can see
Yeah,
through the
yeah,
ceiling
yeah.
from,
Different.
not up, but this way. So I'm not
You can see in the ceiling.
sure the AC is all the way in, but I also don't know what unit that is.
Yeah, well, it's not all the way in, but it's rough.
It's rough.
No, but I'm saying in these pictures, some of them, it doesn't show it roughed in.
Well, you wouldn't see it.
You don't see it roughed in.
Yes, you do. Yes, roughed
Folks,
in means you
folks,
see the
If I leave out,
vent.
if I leave out the heating and air conditioning roughed in and just go through exterior finish, I get 52%.
Okay, we're there.
So we're right
So
there
we're
at
at
52, so we
Yeah.
don't have to disagree. Okay. So,
We should go with the, as a law price at $199.90.
I can't see anything compelling reason not to. The other building is a problem. It probably needs to be raised, but that's not why we're here. The building has a sale. The neighbors.
well, yeah, I mean, and I agree with you. I'm like, unit 1, which has the best view, the view didn't change. So those are still worth $199. It would be the other building that needs to come up
Yeah.
because it got the view that made building number 1 so valuable. So 1 and 2, that in his comparison there, trying to pull it back down, that there is, I don't, that doesn't make sense to me.
People that owned one in building 2 got a windfall.
Right, until they build something else there.
And
All right.
Also,
Look
the
at that.
unit that he has there, unit 1104, it's second from the end.
Mhm.
The end unit in that complex, that end unit right there is probably considered one of the most valuable ones in the whole complex. And this unit is right next door.
Well, yeah, because they get
Okay.
to watch the boats come through. So Annika.
Ramona, you have anything
you
else?
agree?
No,
Are you
I
okay?
have nothing. I'm
Okay.
okay.
All right, so on account number 26628, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the level of appraisal and any other issues which also might affect the value, the total value of this property, I make a motion that for 2020 values on 25395, we leave the value at $199,090.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Roland, which one do you want to do next?
Well, we'll go to the next one, the 25, the one that you're going to do, 25-315.
The motion will have that affidavit.
we don't have that accident.
Yes, she gave us that one.
We have 233.
That's the one.
Oh, is that what he said?
Okay. So we're opening a hearing on case number 2020-233, account 25315. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Harris, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garrison, notarizing Ramona's signature, and I also am located in Texas.
Testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Roland, you're still under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Roland, who do you want to go first?
I'll go first, sir.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay, we're looking at account number 25315, presently appraised at $232,250 for 2020. The value that I'll ask the panel to consider is $140,000. Total value. If you look at aerial 1 or Roman numeral 1, it shows you the general location of the subject property of 25315, and that should be on I forgot what the name of the street is. Nassau, I think it is. Nassau, okay. And it's directly across from the previous account that we had spoken about. Basically, the owner feels that he's not had any use of these properties. Again, these properties have taken almost 3 years to have any type of repairs being done on these properties, and yet his value keeps going up. His homeowner association, his insurance, everything else is having being taxed. He has no control of the work that's being done. There's been work stoppages because of subs not being able to get paid. And basically because of that, they just walked off, and then they had to hire other subs. And basically this is why we're in the position we are right now. You can look at my photos, basically showing the photos of first set of photos that were done last year, excuse me. The first set of photos were done in 2019. The second set of photos were done in 2020, and it should have that location that way. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm going too fast. The first photo, there's one page of 3 photos. Those were done this year, January of 2020. Then thereafter, you have 3 photos of January of 28, 2019. Basically, everybody still there?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Anyway, that's what I'm asking. I'll ask the panel to consider, or board value of $140,000. Again, my client has not had any use of these properties, and he's grown tired of it. I'll leave it at that.
All right, I don't have any questions if he's done.
All right, so you have your 5-minute presentation.
We currently have the subject at 75%. We currently have a value of $232,250. You'll notice that the specific building class that we have for that one is called 200D, as in Delta, 33%. Again, this is very specific to the marketplace Berkeley. Currently has a percent completeness of 75%. You can see on the next page, we have the pictometry imagery and its relation to the previous account. And then you have the account that's here, the evidence associated with the sales, purports a value of market value of $298,060. The sales that are used are sales that occurred this last cycle. We have a April of 20 sale that sold for $274,000. It's similar in the square footage of the subject, but it's in a different location. It has a value of $282,000. when compared with the subject. The next one that you have is on 504 Lauderdale, so for 310,000. Again, when you compare it to the subject, it has 1050 square feet. It has a value of 298,060. Last one is sold for 343,000 in January of this year. It renders a value of 311,000 for that subject. Comp. It has a median value of 298. From an equity standpoint, these building 200 Delta has identical properties. So you have the subject plus 4 comps here that are all, you'll notice they're all the exact same square footage. They're all the exact same effective age. They've got the modifier in the neighborhood that's the exact same, and they have the exact same value of 286,110 when compared with the subject. You'll notice that the market value for the subject is actually less at 230,250. I have to look at those to see if there's a different percent completeness or something, because those all look to be identical to me. And I think it may have to do with the percent completeness on the subject. The percent completeness on the subject is 75%. And with the remainder of my time, I guess I'd like to just go through the iteration of just looking at the elements of the percent completeness just to make sure that that number washes out.
That building's almost, I got this all.
Right.
January 1st.
But January 1st, he presented evidence. So,
And we've seen others.
so if we can go through that percent worksheet with the remainder of my time, just to answer the question, the 75%.
So you've got this one at 75, right?
Yeah.
So
That's what I did.
I guess I'd like to look at why there's a difference of 288,050 as opposed to the 232,500. Yeah, it's a difference in that one account. The very first one is 100% complete as opposed to 75%.
Right, it just says, if I pick it up at painting, there's sheetrock, doors and trim. Yeah, I can look through the walls here and I see a door. There's not all the sheetrock's not in though. You can,
No,
It looks like it's mostly in.
What's the percentage on the sheetrock?
5.
but if it isn't all in there,
Pick a number between 1 and 5.
2.
Okay, my time is done.
Doors,
Yeah.
doors, trim, and millwork is 11. But I'm not, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. I see doors.
hey, Roland, so because one of us on the review board asked to run through these numbers, so we're just making sure that the 75 is correct percent.
There's no paint.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure what we were doing.
No, I appreciate that.
3 here, no. I don't think so.
No.
No, where's the plumbing fixtures?
Not put up.
No, that, no, there's a sink.
Hang on.
This is only, 52, 11, 63. 2 is 65. Painting, it's been sprayed. One. That's it. I don't see anything beyond there. Carpet, hardware, wall. Linoleum. I guess 31.
If you would look at the subject properties rendered value at 71%, I can give you that number.
What is it now?
It's at 75.
75?
I think it's good just
Yeah.
to see that.
That's
Scott, can you put
Be
the overall to
consistent.
71? And I will read out that number.
Those were Harvey codes, but when it's based
Oh,
on
we see
that. And actually, that was just what most of them.
That renders a value of 223,310 overall. 223,310.
Andy, where are we?
Now it is Roland's turn to cross-examine and rebut.
There won't be any cross-examining. The one thing I'll make a couple of statements. One, since we were going over the percentage of complete, I'll make this statement on the previous one where basically someone stated that the air conditioning units were probably already replaced up on the roof. If you talk to most construction workers, basically air conditioning units that go outside will be the last things that you put in. Basically, those things are very easy to steal. I had one stolen myself as I was repairing my house on a house that I was working on, and I had completed it, and 24 hours later, after I installed it, it was gone. It's just backed up a truck, boom, 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 takes less than 4 minutes, and it's gone. I don't care whether it's on a roof. When there's a will, there's a way. So anytime you have air conditioning units outside, it would be one of the last things they put in, just for your benefit. And you can talk to most construction workers that do houses, and they'll probably tell you the same thing. Another thing that I would say, yes, ma'am. Is it over? I'll leave it at that then.
No. You still have a little time. I just
okay.
want to say, optometry, the AC units are showing up. They're on the actual picture from above.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. I mean, I'm just telling you, mostly, and they might be old units, might be current ones, but usually most people leave them to the last because they are usually to pick up and carry away. The one thing I will ask about the sales, any sales that are being used that occurred in 2020, you have to remember that these properties are all in different stages of completion. And as you move in from 2019 to 2020, you have a lot of houses, especially that were built in that had sale prices or sale dates of March or April or May of 2020. You have that much further that has been completed on a property. So I will take that with a grain of salt, and hopefully you'll take that with a grain of salt, that when you're looking at sales, especially in this area where you've had 3 years of repairs, no repairs, some repairs, and then work stoppage, you'll have to put a grain of salt on anything that occurred after January 1st of 2020. And I'll leave it at that. I'll ask the panel to consider $140,000 for the board value of this property.
Okay. All right. So now we have district rebuttal for 2 minutes.
What I'd like to say is the subject property's owner's agent has presented evidence that's relevant to the subject property in the form of the percent completeness. We ran through the worksheet. We've adjusted that value. From a sales comparison standpoint, the property is well supported. We have sales both in 20 We have a sale in late of 19 that sold for 310. So I don't know the relevance of the 20 versus the 19. All I know is that it's relevant to January 1 appraisal date. The market value is well supported from an equity standpoint. It's super solid. The only difference between comps number 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the subject is the percent completeness, and we just addressed that. These others are even more complete than that subject. So that's all I gotta say.
Okay, so now Roland, you got your 1 minute closing.
I'll ask for the board to consider 140,000. Again, my client has had 3 years of waiting and has had no benefit of the use of this property, and we'll leave it at that.
All right, and district, Mike, you've got 1 minute.
In closing, I believe that the district has proven that based on the taxpayers, owner's agent's evidence that he's presented for percent completeness that's been adjusted, that the property is appropriately adjusted and it's at market value in both equally compared with other properties when appropriately adjusted.
So now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss.
I'm good with the 223, 310.
I am too.
Well, we ran the numbers,
It's a
We
reasonable
ran.
adjustment.
and that's, we have used that consistently on all the units that came up.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's the only way to stay fair.
Yep.
I think you said my name.
You okay?
She said my name.
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay with 223, 310?
Yes, I am. The sales also prove it too, not just the 2020 sales, but we had one in 11/1 of 2019 for 310,000, same square footage.
Yep.
So
And even Roland made a great point that anything after January 1st is irrelevant to this. And as of January 1st, sales hadn't slowed down yet. So I make a motion on account number 25315, where we were asked to consider the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and also the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and also any other item that may affect the total value of this property. So on 25315, that we adjust down due to going to a 71% complete rather than 75. And the total number is 223,310.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Roland, how many do you have left?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have left?
2 more, sir. Am I wearing you down?
No, I'm.
you were hoping for that, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am. If I'm starting to wear you guys down, I want to continue.
Go back
Got
out.
to keep it lighthearted.
Right?
Alexa.
What number?
Go back into the
There's
document.
only 4.
Usually I do that, Mike, or is it? But
Yeah.
today I've had to turn it off and
Do you
turn
want
it
to
back
start
on.
with 238?
Yeah. Roland,
Yes, sir.
is it okay if we do account number 26628 next?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. So we're opening a hearing.
It's page 4 of the minute.
Hey, Beth,
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have case number 2020254 in here, and I believe that's Roland's as well.
Yes, we're gonna check on that one.
I
We need
showed
the
her that.
affidavit still?
That's why we're doing 238.
Okay, thank you.
We can't find the other one. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-238, account 26628. ARB members who are considering this protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Date, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You are still under oath, Roland, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Father, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Roland, who would you like to go first?
I'll go first, sir. Being consistent.
All right.
Okay, reading from the affidavit on Roman numeral 2, properties 266280. District has the property appraised presently at $314,400 for 2020. The value that I'll ask the panel to consider is $306,400. Basically, I feel that there is an error in the square footage of about 3,163 square feet on the land, and I made an adjustment of about $8,000. Moving on to my evidence. First photo is a copy of the district's aerial photo that they sent me, basically showing the location of the property, dated 12/30/2019. Then you'll have an aerial, which is Roman numeral 1 on the right-hand side, again showing the location of the property. I have it numbered as the PID number of 266280, land size 47,480 square feet, which is a land size that corresponds with what the district shows as the actual land size of the property. Roman numeral 2 shows an aerial, shows a map of the property. The account in dark, 26628, is the property itself, the subject property. I measured it using the district's tools on the website. They're fairly accurate when you do them. As you can see, again, I'll repeat myself that the land size that the district has is 47,480 square feet. When I did use the land measurements that the district provides on the website, I came out to 46,968, basically showing its accuracy of the property. But if you noticed, to get to that number, I went over across the road, which is Beach Road. If you go to Roman numeral number 3, you just see the highlighted area that consists of the road, and that shows that there's 3,163 square feet of land that is being allocated to the subject property that does not belong to them. It's part of the road. And because of that, I made the adjustment, and I'll ask the panel to consider total value of $306,400. And I'll leave it at that. Yeah, any questions? I probably went fairly quick on that, but.
On Fulton Beach Road.
No, I know it's Fulton Beach Road, but where?
Goes all the way through to 35.
This does the property to the south.
I think it's out there by the racket club.
Oh, okay, this is out that far?
Yeah.
Roland, do you know, is this out by the racket club?
Ooh, no, I don't know Fulton that well, ma'am. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Bigger. I want to see that legal description.
I'm just even trying to see. Well, because look, that body of water,
Is that,
that looks like the
50
tip of
feet.
Kentucky water.
52.
On the right hand side of that.
that's a development next to it of some sort. I don't know
Barber of Bayhaven.
which one it is.
Barber of Bayhaven. Barbers of Bayhaven is right next to it.
You're saying,
Barbers of Bayhaven is the
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of that.
that's what's
I haven't either.
I think it's across the airport. If the airport's nearby, across the road on 35, I think it is.
Yeah. Oops.
If that helps any.
I just want to know where it is. That
just
I'm
pull it
looking
up
at.
on pictometry so they can.
That's the racket club up there at the top.
Okay. Well, he's still got a little bit more time, but I mean, he's the one that went over there. It's his time to speak. He's got 2 minutes for cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Oh, it's my time.
Well, I mean, I don't want to use up all my time, and I don't want to beat a dead horse to the, basically what I'm saying. If you look at the district, what the district provided, that first photo, you can see that there's a break where the road is, but the only way I get to close to 47,000 square feet is by using that map that I showed you on map Roman numeral number 2, and that's going over the road and including the road to get to the near 47,000 square feet of land that's allocated to the subject property. And again, then you go to the next photo that I have, or the next Roman numeral number 3, where I just focus on the road itself. And basically there's about 3,163 square feet of road that is allocated to the subject property to get to the total land size of 47,000
Or 80?
47,480 square feet. So definitely there is I feel that there is an error in land size because part of that is the road. And because of that, I made an adjustment, and I'll ask the panel to consider 306,400. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to. I close after that.
What was that 46,968 number that you threw out at the beginning?
Well, if you look at my Roman numeral 2 of my evidence,
Yes.
that shaded area is total square footage that I got using the district's website. And it's fairly accurate. I've used it before on theirs, on other websites throughout the state of Texas. They use similar tools to get land size, and they provide them for the general public.
Okay.
And they're fairly accurate. I'm just trying to show you how accurate it is.
Okay.
And basically that there's about 3,000 square feet of road that's being allocated to my client.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm going to go through my evidence really quickly, and then I'm going to try to answer the question about the beach road and, what the legal description of subject property is. My evidence is such that basically, my evidence, the subject property on Live Oak Point tracks. This area experienced a change just due to market value transactions. And if you can go to my evidence, Scott.
Art's not cooperating with me.
You guys got cut off completely. I can't hear anything.
Right, I'm not
Well, we're
talking yet.
looking at the wall.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay. I thought the same thing, Roland.
Okay. I'm not alone, huh?
So this market value experience a change is due to market value sales transactions. The subject is currently at 314. It's roughly an acre on the subject on Live Oak, Fulton Beach Road. It's Live Oak Point Tracks. If you go to pictometry imagery, you can see that this is what we have right here as the geo. Like the geographic reference. This is Barbers of Bay Haven. This is Racket Club for some reference. This is Live Oak Point Tracks down this way. Here's the sales on Live Oak Point Tracks. What are things selling for? 685, 640. Hang on. Notice these are different track sizes. So this is roughly 47,000 square feet. This is roughly twice that, roughly. This one sold for 685. I mean, roughly twice the value. The majority of the value here is in the land element alone. And this is waterfront, high, beautiful property within the county. This one sold for 640. Obviously, a lot more land value, associated land square footage, a lot more value in the land here as well. At some point, it becomes a kind of a law of diminishing return. You have a home site, and anything bigger than that, you're really not getting, the return to the marketplace. But in a smaller economy of size or scale, you should get the highest return or the highest price per square foot. This one, when compared with the subject property, renders value 328. This one renders value 330. Continuing on, comp number 3 also sold in Fulton Beach Road as little as March of 20 for 875,000. Very similar in size to the subject property. So, one could say, are we worried about the 3,700 and whatever square feet of road? Maybe yes, maybe no. Doesn't appear to matter because you're still seeing one of similar size that's selling for 875,000 on the same road. I mean, this is literally a road. Now, granted, this is the comparable is much better than the subject. You're talking 6 brick veneer versus 4 SS. Yeah, it's better, but there's a large negative adjustment. There's a $100,000 adjustment here. There's a $174,000 adjustment here. It still doesn't make you shy away from the fact that this one sold for $875. The subject's only assessed at $314. This one renders a value of $294 when compared with the subject. This median market value supports the value. It's at $328, supports the value. Change. Moving on to equity. What are other properties that are not necessarily for sale? How are they appraised and what are they appraised? Notice 4SS, 4SS, 4SS. Fulton Beach Road, Bahamas South is in that same general area along Fulton Beach Road. These are all the same classification. They're all within the similar square footage. You can see that they're appropriately adjusted, rendering a value of 320, 313, proportionately or respectively. Moving on to comp 3 and 4. Again, 4SS, rendering a value of 310, 5FB, rendering a value of 314. And I believe that's it on that. Continue on. But one more comp. And some of the addresses on Fulton Beach Road are actually addressed off of Highway 35. So this is another one in that area. You can see that this is that house on that area. The 5SS, again, it's appropriately adjusted, rendering a value of 324. The median value supports our value ever so slightly, supports our value at 314,717. Now, with the remainder of my time, I'm going to go ahead and look at pictometry imagery and try to look at what's presented by the property owner agent. Not disputing this appears with just a recent measurement. This appears to be 3,105 square feet. We can measure this and see what that is. And I'm not disputing the property owner's agent's ability to measure with our tools or the accuracy. And this is not even This is just an estimation because this is just a representation of what we have on the ground. It's not a legal description and it's not a survey. So we have 3105 and 37,866. Which has a value, has a square footage of 40,971. But I'll note to you, one of the things of note is the whole in the deed, the subject property owns all of the north half or all of the south half. I think it's all of the south half. What does it say on the, all of the north half? I think it's all of the north half of 52. I believe that's it. Or is it south half? Let me look at the.
50 feet of that, track 52.
Just go to the card. It's right there in the card. It's the north 50 feet of track 52. So that's the legal description. And when you look at that, track 52 was to the water's edge and it was all of this. So if a person would make an argument, hey, Mike, you should take out the road over here, then I should take out the road for all of the comps and then appropriately adjust all of those for the road. And the same result would be the same result because you would still have the width of each parcel and its road element in the square footage right here. So that happens along many parcels along the water's edge. The legal description for this subject property is the north 50 feet of lot 52. It doesn't say excluding the road of Fulton Beach Road. It does. I mean, no doubt this is an existing road, but the legal description clarifies it that way.
But is that north or is that east?
It's the north 50 feet. This is
Of a lot.
This is lot 52, and it's the north 50 feet of lot 52.
But they don't own what went with the other lot. So why would we measure just that little piece, not including the road, and add those numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You did get those numbers, didn't you?
and that was the 3,000. I mean,
30
that
31.50.
got you to 40,971.
That's what I got.
Okay, and you're saying
It kind of
that
doesn't.
he should pay for the road because that's what you did
It
on all
kind of
the other
doesn't matter
comps?
because in the same situation where I pulled all those comps from, we can look, and I'm glad to look at each and every one of those. But I'm almost certain that it's not going to have an exclusion for the road. It's just going to say something like this. It's say 2.79 acres, or it's going to say the north 50 whatever, or it's going to say lot 50 whatever. And it's not going to say with the exclusion of the road. And so if the marketplace doesn't recognize the attribute change, then there's no value attribute change. That's all I'm saying. I hope I didn't confuse you.
You didn't confuse me. I just don't understand why that would be the case.
So did you
I totally understand exactly what you said.
Okay, good.
I
I'm
just don't
Is your
understand why.
number of square feet
It's the number of square
smaller
feet.
than his number of square
No,
feet?
it's the number of square feet is derived from the deeded property legal description, which is the north 50 feet of lot 52.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, is there just the difference between what you're saying for square feet and what he's saying for square feet?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Because of that piece that's.
because it's
the road.
deeded, his legal description that the subject property owner owns is the north 50 feet of.
Okay, I got it.
So how many square feet does this property have?
The north 50 feet of lot 52, which is in our estimation, the total acreage, I think is the 1.09 figure that we have. I think I've run past my time.
Yeah, okay. All right, so now we're at the protester rebut or cross-examine in the rebuttal.
I'm not sure I know what to say. I found an error. There's a clear error. We're only talking about 2.5% adjustment. I'm not sure why we're beating this dead horse to the ground on this one. I'll leave it up to the panel. I mean, there's an error. You're making them pay for the road. Simple as that. I used the district's website, their own tools. The district basically stated that, yeah, there's about 3,000 square feet, more or less. They came close to my number of 3,163 square feet. There you have it. There's an error on the land size, and I'm asking for an adjustment of $306,400 total value, and I'll leave it at that. I'll let you guys beat it to the ground on that one.
Cindy?
Well, he has 3 minutes left.
I'll close with that statement. I'll leave it at that. There's nothing much more to say than that.
Okay, is it my?
Yeah, so now we're at the district where you get your district rebuttal. Okay, so you're not going to say anything else, Roland?
No, ma'am. I mean, like I said, there's an error. It's obvious. The district themselves have stated this. There's an error.
I did not.
Okay, I take that back.
Thank you. So
Incurred more or less my number of 3,000 square plus feet, and I'm talking about a 2% adjustment thereabout, and I'll leave it at that. I'll ask the panel to consider $306,400, and I'm not going to go on with this.
okay, so now the district gets a 2-minute rebuttal, and
Okay.
then your 1-minute closing.
On my district rebuttal, I'd like to point out one of my comps. These properties are bought and sold on legal description. When you sell something to another person, you are legally describing a set of pins on the ground. You're saying that I'm selling you this and all the rights and attributes to this and all the exclusions and reservations therein. You're selling that whole thing. This is an example of one that's actually pulled, that actually shows you like the whole parcel. And what I want to show you is this account right here. This is in my evidence. Notice that this says 1.64 acres out of Live Oak Point Tracts 42. No other further description in the legal description, okay? And when you pull in the pictometry and you measure the entire area, this particular one comes to 1.63. It's essentially 1.64. What it says is that this parcel is what exchanges, okay? And even if you were to say, hey, but I don't get use of this road, there was a reservation and exception deed that's known by everybody, and they understand that there's either a value or there's not. And the reality is this property, if you pull up the property in my grid, this property, again, this is one of the properties that's used in just the equity grid. This is just a good example of how properties are exchanged and how they're valued. We have that whole land value in there. Okay? And if you measure it and you look at it, the road is not pulled out. Even though it's pulled out over here, and the whole thing is exchanged. And if there's a reservation or exception too, then the marketplace gets to decide, does that matter? And in this case, it doesn't matter.
Is that the same as if there's an easement or something?
Right.
The same thing.
Right.
It's going to come up in the title policy.
It's reservations and exceptions too.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the ownership legal description. The legal description for the subject property is still the north 50 feet of lot 52. Just like I showed you an example of one of the comps,
Right.
that it's actually 1.64 acres. At some point, somebody said, yeah, this is 1.64 acres. And they said that this is lot, in that case, it happened to be lot 42. And when I measured it with the same measuring tools we did just a minute ago, the whole thing comes to approximately what we have on it in the number of acres. So that's my information.
Okay, so now it's the ARB's,
Well, I think that Mike has adequately, hopefully, described to us what that meant and why it is the way it is. Having said that, then Roland did not find a mistake, thereby not warranting adjustment. That makes sense.
Well, if that's the way the business is conducted, I guess it makes sense. What troubles me is you're applying the land table to that 3,000 square feet that isn't usable. Anyway.
Well, I kind of agree. My wife and I own both ranch and farm property, and it's always been my understanding that legally we own to the middle of the road, but we can't farm in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Several years ago, the state of Texas came in and widened Highway 188 between Sinton and Mathis and took some of our land, but we were compensated for that because, you know, it was a difference in the deed restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
The property we can farm, but yeah, that's always been my understanding that we own to the middle of the road, just can't use that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
somebody else make the motion, because I'm just.
I'll make a motion regarding account number 26628, regarding possibility of incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal and other issues that may affect the price. That the district has shown that the value placed of $314,400 as well as shown that it is below market and equity.
Second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Did we lose Ramona?
What?
Notice there.
Did you vote, Ramona?
No,
Did you vote?
I nay.
Okay, what?
You did what I did.
You abstain?
Nope, I said, no, I don't agree.
You said nay. Got it.
Nay. Mm-hmm.
She said nay.
Oh, okay. So it's 3.
3-2.
Motion carried. Okay. Roland,
Yes, sir.
last one, 59232.
Oh, what was the vote on the last one? Was it no change?
No change.
Okay.
59232.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Opening a hearing on case ID 2020-254, account number 59232.
We don't have our sign sheets.
They're coming.
Oh, get them. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4666F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garza, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Roland, you're still under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the prison court in the Aransas County Prison District is true and correct?
Roland,
Yes, sir.
goes first.
I'll just go first to the end, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Everyone's the charm of
5 minutes.
No, I'm not too sure about that, but we'll go forward anyway with that. Property account number 59232. District has it presently appraised at $844,600 for the year 2020. Average of 3 sales that the district had that they provided for me. I came out with a value of $801,600. I'll ask the board to consider $801,600. Going to the first aerial photo, which the district provided to me, I highlighted the property. There. Anyway, I highlighted. There it is, 59232. At Roman numeral 1, I used the sales of the. I used the sales grid that the district provided. I averaged them out. I did not make any adjustments to those sales. I just averaged them. As I stated, I came out with an $801,000 and some change. Roman numeral number 2 basically gives you an aerial shot of the property. I identified the subject property with the account number, and also the aerials dated 1/31/2020. There's something in front of the building, which is I point out to you on my photos. I believe that the property is not fully complete. The district's carrying the property as fully complete, and I don't think it is. So with that, plus using the sales, I came up with $181,600, and I'll leave it at that. I'll let you guys argue among themselves. If I have any time left, I'll just leave it at that. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Yeah, Roland, what did you say the house's value is what now?
$801,600. That's the value I'm asking the board to consider.
Okay, and what percentage do you, I don't know if you work it that way, but what percentage do you think it's not complete? Or on January?
I really couldn't tell you, ma'am. I don't know. I tried to get a hold of the owner and I couldn't. I worked these accounts late just this past weekend, and I was looking at the photos that I had and the photos that the district provided me with, and I noticed if you look at the district's photo and I highlighted it, there's a storage unit right in front of it, which is the same, I believe. Now I say I believe is the same storage unit that was there in January of 2019, and you have my last photo shows that. And then if you look at the aerial that I provided you for, it's Roman numeral number 2, and that's dated 1/31/2019. Again, you still show that same bin for whatever it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that the property's not completely complete, that they're still working on it. Again, I've run across this both in Aransas and in Wessex County, where they've had delays, where they've had issues with the insurance companies, where they've stopped, and then they had to fight with the insurance companies to get more money because they found that there was additional repairs being needed. And this is just talking to me in general, sir, ma'am. So I believe that the property is not completely completed, and because of that, and because I used the district sales and I averaged them, I came out with 801,600.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now, Mike, you get 2 minutes and 5 minutes.
For the record, your picture that you took is January 1 of 19, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I think I put it down on that upper right-hand side, upper right-hand corner.
Yes, sir.
And you testified, just to be clear, you testified that you tried to contact the property owner.
Yes, sir.
Try to find out what lacks as far as the percent completeness, but were unable to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know one way or the other whether it's complete or not on January 1st?
No, I don't. That's why I stated I used your sales, I averaged them out, and I'm just pointing that out because of your aerial and then the aerial that I used as of January 1, 2020, and it shows that same, what I believe is the same structure there, where they usually store their tools and equipment, and that to me, it just seems like the work is still it's not complete yet. So, at least as it was as of January 1st of this year. That's what I believe. And then I used the sales. I just threw that in, but I did use your sales. Does that answer your question, sir?
You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, the subject property is not homesteaded. I will say that in our evidence, it appears that that same pod that's there in front is the same pod. But the thing that's most relevant to me is not the pod, but the little junk pile next to it. It's like a little dump trailer.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you put that pictometry imagery up.
And the porta potty.
Yeah, the porta. I was going to say that this is.
That's where my friends have to go.
You can see that there's activity being done on January of 19 here, and this is basically January of 20 because it's late December, and you don't see as much activity, but you do see that this is still half full of junk.
I don't see any garage doors either.
And this, I don't know if there's garage doors or there's just going to be large carports. They may just be large carports. Having said that, this is relevant to me. This means that there's workers there. And so I don't know either, Roland. I'm just going to say that it's in the final stages of, some kind of completion, maybe 10 or 15% on the structure to be complete, which would give us can you run Scott, throw in a 90% complete and leaving 10% incomplete on the first of the year?
760, 140.
So if we throw in a 90% complete, just throw in a 90% complete.
760, 140.
Recalculate.
That would get.
That one goes to 812,420 if we did a 10% not complete or 90% complete on the structure. That'd be 812,420. It's between our two numbers without even going into anything.
Wait, 844.6.
I just put in the percent complete at 90%.
Oh, I did it on the property too. That's what my problem was. Okay, my bad.
What was your number?
420.
420.
This is 801,600.
And we started at 844 and change.
Okay, so 812.
Are we there? Roland, do you have anything else?
No, sir. I'll just ask the panel to consider the 801,600, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so hold up. We got still. Okay.
I guess all I would just point out is the rest of my evidence supports the value. You've got 873 for the median of the sales, and the equity is shown at 845. property owner's agent has brought something of relevance when it's considering that the property is not complete. He's testified that he doesn't know the percent completeness. I'm making an assertion, just giving 10% off of the structure value. Neither one of us know. It's my new number based on his evidence is between our original two numbers. That's all I got.
Okay, all right, so Roland, now you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal, unless you agree to the 812,420.
No, I appreciate the district considering my evidence. I'll stick to my guns, and I'm going to make it difficult on you guys. I'm going to go for the 801,600, and I'll sit back and I'll listen.
Roland, I'm going to join you. I'm going to sit back and let them decide between 812 and 801.
Oh, so y'all are done. Okay, so now we have 5 minutes.
You can do paper, scissors, rocks.
Okay.
812,420.
Huh?
812,420.
Okay, so I make a motion. Ramona, are you good?
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, what I'm making my motion on.
You okay with
I'm
that?
listening to you. The 812?
Yeah.
812,420.
That's the night.
Yeah.
That's 90%
That's
complete.
90% complete without seeing anything inside.
Right. I understand.
He could have just
That's
taken
for-
a picture in the window, but we didn't get that.
That's 90% complete for the
We're
porta
done.
potty.
Okay, so on account 59232, taking into account the incorrect appraised, the possibility of the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal and any other items that may cause the value of the total property to be different. I believe that the district has proven that we should lower the property value to $812,420.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Right.
It's been a pleasure.
Roland, it was nice to meet you.
Did he
All right, you take care of yourselves, and look forward to seeing you guys next year, and we'll bump heads again.
Sounds good.
Okay, Mike, you take care of yourself, and we'll see you next year also.
Roland, you have a good year.
All right, take care. Hey, you guys stay safe.
You too, sir.
What?
Oh,
But does she have an
She has a no affidavit,
You
nothing.
got 5 accounts in an hour and a half.
Well, yeah,
What?
I wonder how many called in.
this lady had called earlier, we have 2 in person. This lady had called in earlier, saying that she wanted to go on no shows or whatever, but she said, well, for 3. She's already waiting the Zoom. She never submitted an affidavit or any of it. Doctor,
No.
just want us to,
She has to submit an affidavit.
yeah, that's why I was thinking.
Now, who do we have that's valid?
We have 2 in person.
2 in persons in the car
Yes,
and 1 affidavit
yes,
from this morning.
yes.
2 in persons, 1 affidavit. The one from this morning finally, the system finally regurgitated their picture.
Oh, that one from this morning. That's
Yes.
Yeah, they couldn't figure out how to get through the portal.
So they emailed it to her and she got it all set up. So we got 2 in persons and an affidavit.
Wait
Start
one,
pulling it in person?
wait 1 second.
Yes.
We have a person waiting here.
Yes,
If they're not valid, what do we do about them? Do I bring them in and you
What do
tell
you
them,
mean?
or do we
That's
just
what I
let them
was-
hang
you
out
want us to
there?
Call them or?
Oh, you
y'all
gotta
want
tell
to
them
deal with
I
it?
know, that's what I'm saying. is that-
Somebody does.
Yeah, let's say, do y'all want to
call,
just call them?
call.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Yeah, I'll do that. And then I'll pull on the next person.
Yeah,
I'm leaving, but Kathy's gonna do the time. I know, you're gonna be gone,
4:30.
but we already discussed this, and I'm so, you were in the bathroom or something. Ramona's, before I said I might have to leave, I double checked and Ramona's here. And she'll be here the whole time, so that'll give
Ramona,
3.
Kathy, and I represent a quorum.
So and so I'm sorry, I didn't let you know that. You're like going, wait a minute, I already said it. It's
No,
like, yes,
we're-
you did.
We're good.
But I checked first.
We're good.
Can you guys mask up for people? Mask up.
Put on
We
a
have
mask.
in persons. And yeah, you mask up for your way out.
I'll be
I didn't know you had the back door.
See you tomorrow.
Yes. So actually, we kind of stayed on course today.
No, 35 minutes off.
Kind of, can't be. I'm trying to give you a kudos, a good vibe.
Unless these go fast, I think Robert will just be 3 of us.
He may run out.
See you
Yes, I will. Yeah, have a good evening and everyone be safe.
You too.
Do you know what number this is?
Not yet, I don't.
Two in person, one affidavit.
Is that what you were told just now?
Yes.
All right. We only have 3?
Yeah.
Excellent. 3 out of 5. Yes, Val.
I tried to get in touch with Ms. Severs and she's not answering her phone, probably because she's in the waiting room on the phone. Can we bring her on and tell her that we don't have her required paperwork and she can write a letter for a no-show hearing? I don't know how else to get in
Is
touch
this the
with
one
her.
that was trying to get it earlier this morning?
Right, and she didn't have
I
the,
think that's what we need to do.
And what's her problem? Have her stuff together or what?
she did not request a phone hearing and we don't have her affidavit. So yes, we don't have her paperwork.
Oh. But we already granted her a hearing.
Just no,
No.
no, it's different person.
It's a different person than the person this morning that was trying to get
No.
her. It's-
That is the same person.
That is the same person. So you allowed her to go till this afternoon.
Well, no, she's scheduled for 3 o'clock.
Oh, that is
She
a
just
it's a
happened
different
to-
person than what I was
Different
thinking. Okay. That's why I asked.
Okay, yeah, she did call in earlier and Barb talked to her, but didn't realize that she didn't have the paperwork. Gave her the instructions and anyway, there she is.
Okay, you talk to her.
Okay,
Well, I mean, it's a board decision, is it not? It's either a no-show as far as I'm concerned, or the board can grant her.
It's a no-show. A no-show.
Yeah, basically, yeah. She
She didn't have her paperwork.
No, she.
so
didn't
as the
have it.
clerk, I'll tell her what we need her to do.
All right, you ready? How many?
Mrs. Severs?
No, I'm yet.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Hi, this is Val, from the appraisal district.
Yes.
I'm sorry, there was a miscommunication. On your original protest form, we didn't have the written statement that you wanted to have a phone conference. And so we needed that in advance and we needed an affidavit in advance. So you don't,
I sent all that. I just sent all that in last week, addressed to the ARB with the address that I was given.
okay. I can check in our file. So let me do
I'm
that.
sorry.
I'm gonna check for those papers. If you,
Okay.
we're gonna put you back on hold. There is another hearing that's taking place. If you could hang up, I'll make sure you've got your place in line and that way I can call you on the phone and talk to you directly.
Ah, that would be perfect. I did send it priority mail, so it would have been in a priority mail envelope.
Okay, well, have a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
I'll be
right. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Disconnected?
Disconnected. We'll get it. Ready to
All
roll.
right, now we should have an in-person.
All right, we ready for Mr. Green?
We are.
All right, Mr. Green?
Here? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to kind of walk around. Sorry about that.
That's it.
Y'all are all spread out.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm trying to do the whole social distancing.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay.
Mr. Green, I represent the district. My name is Mr. Soto, Mike Soto. The rest of these are going to be the members of your board that's going to hear the case. So Mr. Powers is going to walk you through some stuff.
All right. Yeah, we got some administrative to do, but I gotta find you first.
It's under Lavaca River Properties. So
Ah.
if you're looking for my name, that's why.
On page 5.
On page 5, Lavaca River Property, okay. And I'm sorry, your name is
Warren Green.
Warren?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, Warren, I've got some administration to go through. You ready, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay, opening a hearing on 2020-1135, account 71034. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. It's Robert, Kathy, myself, and Ramona is on Zoom.
Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Very good. The IOB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, am notarizing Ramona's signature, and I also am located in Texas.
All testimony and all witnesses must be given under oath. You have a sheet in front of you that has an oath. There. All right. And I need you to state your name and read that out loud. For the record.
Warren Green. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you, Warren.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Warren, are you licensed appraiser in the state of Texas?
No, sir, I am not.
Okay, I'll report that to the governor. Would you, you have taped to the table there, a procedure document. That's how we're going to proceed through the hearing.
Okay.
You get to choose. Do you want to go first or do you want Mike to go first?
I'll let Mike go.
Okay.
All right, the subject property is here in the reserve at St. Charles Bay. It's 118 Reserve Lane, currently has a value of $558,610. What we have here is a subject that's currently, or was at the time of this evidence, listed for sale. I think it's listed. Is it still listed for sale?
It is.
Okay, it's listed for sale. The last known price that we saw on that was $625. You can see that it's one of those properties that's kind of towards the front of the reserve on the imagery that's there. Although it's waterfront in nature, it's that marshy waterfront that's right there in the front. So we look at, there's two things under protest: incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties. And so we're going to be looking at both of those issues in question. In our ACAD evidence, the next thing that you'll see is the card. You can see the market value at 558 and change. You can see the square footages of the subject property and all their elements. It's a 2015 build, and we have it as complete now. So, continue on. This is the sales grid provided. That these are the sales basically in the area that purport and support the subject property value. Subject to 118 Reserve Lane, the comp number 1 is at 123 Reserve Lane. You can see the difference in the market value and the land value that we have. We have 249 and change for the land value for the subject. Comp number 1 is 250. It's a pretty good comp from the standpoint that it's the square footage is very similar to the subject. The effective age is very similar to the subject. The land value, again, is very similar to the subject. We have a small deviation from a 7SS to a 7SS minus. That's adjusted in that. You can see that that particular property sold for $585, and that happened in March of 2020. So very recently. That is, when adjusted to the comp, it purports a value of $545 and change. Comp number 2 sold for $761,500. You can see that it's much bigger than the subject property. It's appropriately adjusted in that way. There's an adjustment for that. You can also see that the land value is different as well, and there's adjustment there. When you compare it to the subject, it has a rendered value of $648 and change. Again, it sold for much more, but it's bigger than the subject. Comp number 3, again, sold for much more than what the subject is. It sold for $685. It's bigger than the subject by far. It's 2,200 square feet rather than 1,600 and change. When you compare it to the subject to make the appropriate adjustments, it pulls the value down to $604 and change. Comp number 4, much the same, sold for $680. When compared with the subject, has a rendered value of $519. I don't know if I have another comp.
No.
Okay, so those comps have a median value of $575, which supports the value that we currently have on the subject property of $558. Moving to equity. These are not necessarily sales. These are other properties in and about the subject property's owner's market area, meaning that we're going to try to find other properties that are very similar in size, very similar in classification, very similar in land value. See, the comp number 1 currently has a valuation of $566,000 and change. It's the same class as the subject property, the identical same square footage, the identical same year built, and it produces a value of $558,610. The subject is $558,610. Comp number 2 is also on Reserve Lane. The subject is at 118. Comp number 1 was at 120. This one's also at just a few houses over at 114 Reserve Lane. Again, identical square footage, identical classification, very similar land value. When appropriately adjusted, renders a value of $558 and change. Comp number 3 and 4 are a little more dissimilar, they're pretty similar in classification. Pretty similar in size. They're very similar in effective year, but they're not identical. And when you make those comparative adjustments, those adjustments respectively are $555 and change and $751 and change. When you look at the median equity value that is reported, it's $558,610. The subject is actually at $558,610. There's very high congruency in the subject in this neighborhood.
That's your time. Lauren, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Okay, I don't think I need to cross examine.
Okay, then you have 5 minutes for presentation. We have 7 minutes altogether.
Okay, all right. So, like you were talking about the the water issue. That's the main issue on these lots. And just to give you guys some history, I might already know some of this, but if you look at it, the properties that are on the bay side in the reserve have not been selling near as well as the properties on the canal side. The reason for that is when they built the neighborhood, the developer promised that up there, see where you see that little marshy area? It disappeared. Sorry. So where the canal, it dead ends up there by 88-10824. Then there's that marshy area there on the left. The canal was supposed to cut all the way through. They had promised us they were going to build a marina in there, and the people who had the lots on the bayfront would then have a place to park their boats. Well, there is no marina. They don't have any plans to build one anytime soon. And then they also passed a HOA regulation that you can no longer keep your boat at your house. So in reality, you bought a house in a fishing community where you're not allowed to keep your boat and you don't have anywhere to put your boat in the water, and there's nowhere to put one in the foreseeable future. And then that's why, so if you go down, if you look at, and my primary, I guess, dispute is with the value of the lot, because the value of the lot's right around 250. So for example, if you look at lot, let's see, I believe, here it is, 248 Reserve Lane, which is same side of the street as mine, but it's actually on the open water portion. So it doesn't have the marsh in front of it. And it's sat on the market for a long time. It finally sold, I believe it was January or February of this year, for $200,000. Again, because there's no water or boat access. And that lot is a little over 11,000 square feet, where my lot's 7,600 square feet. That's in the custom home section.
Just go to his evidence and he's gonna point you where you need to go.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Scott, pull his evidence. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, no
We're trying to follow along. And
Oh, yeah.
Where would you like us to go here?
Let's see.
Next page over?
Oh, yeah, that's a closing statement from
Keep going, Scott.
another lot in
Until he
there.
tells you, please.
Yeah, keep going. Want to go up? Well, that lot there, I believe, sold for 175, but an employee of the developer bought it, so they put it as terminated instead of sold into the MLS so that it wouldn't affect their appraisal value, but keep going down. One more. One more. That one right there. Well, that's when it expired. I think if you keep clicking, it'll show the sold value. Yeah, there you go. So see up there in the top left, that's a selling price of 200. That lot is 0.244 acres, which is right around 11,000 square feet, which mine's right at 7,600, I think. But that's also on the bay side. But if you look at, you can kind of see the picture there, but it's actually got open water, so you can't actually pull your boat up and anchor it, at least out in front of your house. So we can't do that because we can't go through the marsh. So there's that one. There is 103 Bismarck. If you go back up, keep going. One more. Okay, that's the one that the developer's employee bought. I believe it was for 175. And then go back up one more. So this is the closing statement, and this is actually another property that I've got to talk to you guys about, but I don't know if we'll get to do that today. But it closed, so it was a sales price of $190,000 with a $20,000 credit, like a $20,000 paid in buyer's closing cost. They said to go towards the boat dock, but it was, if you look at the closing statement, it was they paid $20,000 for the down payment. So in effect, it sold for $170,000, and that was last September. So
which property is that?
that's 103 Bismarck.
Is that, okay.
That's it's Bismarck is the first street on the right off of Reserve Lane. If you go back to the map, I can show you. Right there, number.
You can get up and show us.
Oh, sorry. It's this lot right there.
Okay.
So that one that sold, the one that sold for 200 is that one right there. And then we're up there. So basically my argument, and then if you look at the other houses, so my house is actually on the market right now at 500,000. The one next door is on the market for right at 600. They've both been on the, theirs have been on the market 400 and something days. Mine's been on the market about 7 months, but it's just really hard to sell a bayfront lot that you can't have a boat at.
Did you start at 625 and go down to 500?
Yes, ma'am. We did. We had it at 625 for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. We never got an offer. We had a few showings. So I think realistically, the value of that lot is probably somewhere in the 170 range. You know, it's, like I said, it's got worse waterfront than the one that sold for 200. It's almost half the size. And it's in the cottage area as opposed to the custom home section.
Okay, do you have any more? You have another minute?
Well, the last thing I'll say is the one, there was a couple, I know like 123 that sold for 585. That's the exact same floor plan as mine. But it has canal frontage and has a boat dock and all of that sort of stuff. There's actually 2 over there, 2 or 3 on that side that it sold. I think y'all had one more in your comps, but one of them had a pool and a bunch of upgrades. But that one's directly across the street from me. It's identical floor plan, finished out almost exactly the same. The only difference is it actually has waterfront and has a place to park your boat.
Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Mr. Green's in a very difficult situation, and it's not the very first time we've heard complaints, not necessarily to the district, just about the living situation out in Reserve St. Charles Bay. He's obviously brought some things that are that warrant consideration for change. The one that's across the street that he mentioned, you know, we have, the subject is at 118 Reserve Lane. The one across the street is at 123, very similar, like he indicated, very similar living area, very similar floor plan. I mean, almost identical.
I don't know if I can talk, but those are all, so the developer,
right?
They've only got about 5 different floor plans, and they built all of those. So
yeah, okay.
They're identical.
Yeah, and so what we're looking for, and we've gotten some information from some, you know, because obviously we talked to other people out there, and we've gotten some information from the property owner's agent associated with who is holder of most of these, which is the developer himself. So they disputed the value of 250 as well. And so we are seeing changes out there. Some of these are, you know, we didn't obviously know about the April one that you have, that you brought to our attention. I mean, those are real things. They're going to affect next year's valuation. The reality for the subject property is that he's testified that the property is currently on the market for 500. I mean, it started at 625. How recently did you put it on for 500?
It's not been very long.
Like a month or 2?
Yeah, less than a month. I mean, we've changed it recently because we just weren't having, I mean, we have showings here and there, but we hadn't even had a lowball offer. So.
Yeah, and you know, the subject property was purchased not too long ago, last year's at least.
September of 18.
September of 18, so it's kind of a transitionary time. I think the value was 480, is that right?
That I don't remember. When we bought it, it was completely gutted from the hurricane.
Yeah, so again, we had the 480. So here's what we're struggling with as a district. We have a moving market and we have moving elements. I think the value was 480 that we had in the thing. If I could just continue, I want to make an offer.
You have 2 minutes, Rico.
Okay. So we have the 480 that was a shell, and then it was made whole. And so it's obviously north of 480. But then you're faced with this market force over here, because you have your 480, then you're moving up to some value, right, of a completeness. And what we have is 558. But then you have a market force that's telling you, hey, we can't sell this thing. And now we have it on the market for 500. And then you couple that with some late data points, not 250, but 200. Well, that says that you know, that, those two numbers kind of have validity when you take, okay, the 250 maybe is not 250, maybe it should be somewhere in the range of 200. I mean, he's even purported something at 175, but it's somewhere between those two numbers. Well, if you take that number of 558 and then you discount it at least by 50, now you're at his asking price. It's not unreasonable. I mean, it's just not unreasonable.
Mike, are you considering the change in the rules? Because I think that's significant for waterfront property where you can't even have a boat on a trip.
Right.
Well, I think, well, maybe you're not hearing me. I'm suggesting that we lower the value by $50,000.
I know.
At the very least.
I understand.
So what are you purporting that the value should be, sir?
I think it's primarily in the lot value. Instead of the lot being at 250, I think it should be around 170, 175. That's where the canal lot sold for the other. If the bayfront one that's twice as big in the custom section sold for 200, I mean, I think it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
And I have to be at market value. So again, you have it on the market for 500. Obviously, there's some things going on out there that are fast moving and changing right now. In a negative fashion, and I'm sorry for that. I mean, nobody ever wants to hear that, you know, for an investment for the property.
Go ahead.
So now we're in the.
It's a protester.
I'm asking. We're at the point between 475 and 500. I'm asking you to meet me somewhere. Just throw out a number.
Say 490.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
You're good? Okay.
Yep.
That
I
sounds
think
fair
that
to
takes
me.
into consideration all the other things that you brought to our attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been kind of a nightmare out there.
I bet it has.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to make a motion. Regarding account 71034, in light of what we've heard from the protester and from the district, addressing both the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding median level, that we're in agreement that it would bring the price house down from 558,610 to 490. 490.
490,000.
490,000.
Second? Second that. All in favor?
Hi. Thank you, sir.
They said if we had time, I could talk to you about that other one.
Somebody else in the car outside.
Okay.
Someone waiting.
It would only take 2 minutes, I promise.
You haven't submitted any paperwork.
I have, yes, ma'am. They have it all. All it is,
He's scheduled for a different day.
yeah, I'd have to try. It's on that first sheet. And all it is it was a sales price of 190 with a $20,000 buyer credit. And the guy I talked to on the phone said he couldn't do it, but to come explain it to y'all what the credit was and that we should be able to figure it out. So that was all I was asking for on that one.
Are you scheduled for a different day?
It is, yeah. They scheduled me for the 31st on that one. So I'd have to drive back in.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, maybe we can. I'm
You wanna
okay
wait-
with
you wanna
hearing it
wait
if we can
outside.
hear.
We
We gotta hear this
gotta
other
get the
first.
one out of the car.
Okay, I can wait if y'all don't mind.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it'll only take a minute or two.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you
So
guys.
you need to wait outside.
I will.
Okay,
All right.
he's gonna wait outside. We're gonna take the other one that's in the car.
But then we have the phone in and we have an affidavit.
But he,
Oh,
yeah, but he said he's willing to wait to see.
Yeah, I'll wait. It'll only take me maybe 3 minutes to show them.
Okay.
He's gonna wait.
All
Thank you
right.
guys.
We're gonna take the next one. What are we taking next?
we don't have. to-
Phone in
we
or
don't have
In
paperwork.
person.
in person?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
We have this. paperwork
Yeah.
For that other issue?
That's what
I think
he was
that's-
holding in his hand, so I'm assuming
Yeah.
he gave it to the people up front.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
all right, who do we have? Oh,
We have another in person. I'm not sure what account it is.
Must be 1292. Marked in person, Shackelford.
on the last one on the last page.
There's a boat in the harbor named Slackleford.
Oh,
What's that?
There's a boat in the harbor named Slackleford. Not Shackleford.
That's what's really gonna happen out there though. But
Yeah, it's not good.
not
It's
good.
not good.
All right though.
Yeah.
But it's good information for the next one.
Well, I'm not talking about any specific property, but the reserves, we've had, I think it's terrible issues now. What's going on out there?
It's kind of a strange place, that little area.
We find out information as people come in that we don't know.
Yeah.
That
But I mean, it sounds like it just, from last year, we have horrible stories, if I recall. And,
Is this a place that has a really high tax mud district?
1%.
That's him. That's them.
Yeah. Not been good. I wouldn't want it. No, thank you.
Nope.
years ago, I sold one of the first units out there in the same area where he is. And I
Really?
remember, and that's what Cox going to put his vote, which obviously isn't going to happen. So I'm surprised he's not in here.
Well, they do have, I mean, you can park them. I talked to someone and they had a lot on the same side that gentleman did. And they had actually bought a lot on the other side, kind of like what he had said he did, and bought a lot on the other side and put a boat dock on it. And the idea was, well, that's what we're going to
they
do.
put them on the canals.
Yes.
But just not on
And
where they
people are
have
buying home lots to put a boat dock on and living on the other side. You know, people who've already done that. But gosh, it's an expensive boat dock. It's a lot of money to put in to have a boat dock on one of those, on a lot. Good, Ramona?
Huh?
You good?
I am. So far, so good. I'm just listening.
This is case number 1292. Last one on page 6.
Okay, we have.
Okay, got it.
Here on behalf of Shackleford, case number 1292.
All right, again. Right over here.
Gonna be your affidavit, they're gonna go around. And be what we say. Gonna let me know.
Your name again was?
My name is Carol
Carol?
Garcia.
Okay, Carol. You have some administrivia to go through before we get to the heart of the matter.
Say that again.
We have some administrivia to do. Courtesy of the governor. Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2020-1292, account 26615. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. It's Robert, Kathy, myself, and Ramona's on Zoom. So she's coming through there. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. It died.
What died?
What time?
My tablet died and its battery ran out. Here. You have an extra?
Yeah.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptat.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. but we appreciate you taking it if you get to it. Thank you very much. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Very good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have an affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. You state your name and read that statement and then sign and print.
I, Carol S. Garcia, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Are you a licensed appraiser in the state of Texas?
Yes.
Okay. When you finish there, in front of you, take to the table is a procedure that we're going to use for the hearing. It's 2 columns. It's taped down to the table. No, tape on the paper. You got your hand on it.
This table?
Yeah, that's that one.
Oh.
Procedure. That's how we're gonna operate the hearing. Now, you get to choose who goes first. You wanna go first? Or you want Mike to go first for the district? That's Mike.
What do you think I should do?
You get to choose. So say
Okay.
the governor.
I'm not great at this, but I'll go first.
Okay, you have
You have
5
5 minutes.
minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, first of all, I appreciate all the material you sent me because it really helped me to understand what you look at. And the only thing that I was thinking is that maybe there could be some information that would cause you to look at the house a little differently. And so I went ahead and made a copy of the original appraisal. And within that appraisal, it showed that the house had been built in '59. And also it is exactly what the house looks like now. And my father bought it in 1971. Anyway, and we have done nothing to it except maintain it. So the bathrooms, the kitchen, the appliances, except for the fridge, are all the same. And we've replaced the air conditioning system. So essentially, and the windows, which is a big deal. But they all salted over, so we replaced them as part of maintenance. But basically, that's it. We haven't rehabbed the house. And then I looked at your comps, and I tried to choose a house that was built close to the time ours was built, and basically the same layout or size. And I did very carefully looked at the ones that you had given me to look at. Try to do some math on them, and I think a lot of them are newer and renovated. Even that comp at 1581 North Fulton Beach Road, which I know which house that is. Gorgeous. It's definitely been renovated since 2007. It's beautiful. I know it's sold recently. And then, I wanted to ask a question. Are these values that I'm looking at on these comp sales, are they 2020 appraisal values?
Yes.
Okay. So I did the math, but I may have done something incorrect. And all of the houses, if I use the same math on ours is still way higher. And I think that maybe another look at it might help me. I did choose some comps myself that I think, because I know some of these houses myself, some of them were friends. Like, I know 1837, I know, North Fulton Beach Road. Apparently left in a car. It used to be called Connie's Cove. Her house is very, very close to what our house is. And if I use her as a comp, it would place our house at 102,000 roughly. And then on land, I have no problem. I can see across the board that everybody's been treated basically the same. There was one property that it looked different, and that's 4670, 35. I know that property too, because one of my friends had that house. Anyway, it looked like their land value is a little low but maybe that's part of it. If you have more land, maybe it does become a little lower. So that part I don't know. But if I use that value, our house came in at 78,694. And that is not a bad, that's a pretty good comp for me, because it says it was built in 1962 and maybe we had it in 1970. And I went online and I looked at it and it looks very much like the inside of my house. Am I going over something?
No,
No,
you're
you
good.
have
So that's to 1631 North Fulton Beach Road, built in 1960. What does that mean, effective build date? That you feel like it's been renovated, or like the house was really built in 1960, but this says effective build date 1990?
Yeah, at some point, we see that there was a renovation event, whether it's a roof or windows or a combination, something.
Oh, okay. And our house came in at 92,520 based on my math, which could have been faulty. I tried to be very careful.
You just have 20 seconds, so try and get them all in.
Well, that could do it. I could talk about some more, but those are more like our house. There were two other houses that were built by the same builder that are close by. I kind of looked at them too, but it was harder for me to find the information.
Hey, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Certainly. I just want to go over, I do have a 1969 original, and of course I wasn't here at that time, and I wasn't even here in 1989. But having said that, it looks like there's a difference between the actual year built and the effective year built, which means that, you know, that somebody would have done something to the house in that time. I mean, it's definitely got a different roof than it did back in 69. Got different windows, so it's got some things.
Yeah.
We don't know on the interior, but we do have 20 years on the subject as far as an effective age and actual age difference. So that's the only thing I have in the cross.
Okay, so you have, 5 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, the two things under protest are market value and unequal compared with other properties. We have the subject as a main living space of almost 1,800 square feet. It's got approximately 1.56 acres. That's inclusive of all of tract lot number 39. And majority of the value in the land element. We have approximately 206,000 associated with the value in the structure value. Now, the thing different here is that experience change is that this whole area experienced a market value change. And so values went up there, and it was just due to sales that had occurred in the area. If you look at the three that we have here, obviously the subject is the 5MD plus. We have classes from 1 to 7, 1 being a poor home, 7 being an excellent home, 4 would be in the middle as an average, 5 is just above average. And so when you look at that, the most comparable one to you here, I guess, is going to be the comp number 2. So comp number 2 is actually a 5 MDL rather than, which is masonry block rather than masonry veneer, but it sold at $685,000. It's bigger than the subject. It's almost 2,400 square feet. It's 2,419 rather than almost 1,800 for the subject. But there's also a value change when it comes to the effective years, and you can see that there's a land adjustment change there, $144,000, because that one's bigger than yours. It's 88,000 square feet rather than 67,000 square feet. And so you can see that just that one alone, which is the best comp in my opinion, is 581,263 when compared with the subject property. The other sales in the area were 875 for another a house that was much bigger than the subject, better than the subject, but sold well in excess that the subject property's value is. The last comp that we have actually just supports the land value. We currently have the value of the subject at the land value at 318. You can see that a very comparative subject land square footage on comp number 3 supports the land value right there. It sold for 359,000. These are within 2,000 square feet of one another, and we only have 318 for the subject property. Moving on to comp equity, these are not necessarily sales, but these are other properties in and about the subject property owner's area, their neighborhood, and we try to find other properties that are similar in classification. So you can see that the subject is 5MD, and both the first 2 comps for equity are both 5MD pluses as well. There's some differences with sizes and effective ages. You could see that like a really good one is in Laguna Vista. There's a minor change in the land value. There's $20,000 there. Very small value change in the effective years, and the size to the subject is 1,900 as opposed to almost 1,800 square feet. When you look at that property, it's currently assessed at 517. When compared with the subject, it renders a value of 483. The comp number 1 renders a value of 583. It's bigger than the subject. Comp number 3, also on Fulton Beach Road. Again, this one's not as, this comp is lower class than the subject. Very similar in size for land value. Very similar in value for the land, and it renders a value of 549. Again, this was an area that experienced some change. We did it across the board on Live Oak Point tracks, and it has a valuation of 538,066. Again, supporting the value of 524,430. Let's see. I think that's what I have. The last thing I have is the sales ratio report for that area, which is going to be that Fulton Beach North Live Oak Point tracks area, and you can see that the overall ratio, I think that says 96 or 98, something like that. 98% weighted mean. That's all I got.
Okay. Karen, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine Mike.
Okay. actually. It's just, I'm not as familiar with all those terms. So you don't think comp 3 sale, the 1631 North Fulton Beach Road is not a fair comparison to ours?
1633,
Even though you put it on
1631, is that what you said?
1631 North Fulton Beach Road.
Yeah, it is. It's a good comparison. If you look at the differences, obviously it's very similar in the land. And so you have to make an adjustment there, meaning that it has more land than yours and the comp needs to be brought down. But it's a less class house than yours. It's bigger than yours, so there's an adjustment going up. So there's adjustments going back and forth. It's actually a pretty good comp. When you look at the appropriate adjustment for that particular one, it's 549,000.
And the appraisal, when my dad bought it, said the house was 1,600 square feet.
Okay.
So, and it's never been added on. And I don't know if there's an issue with that, or I don't exactly know how to measure a house. So, I don't know what the appraisal said.
I could look at the card and see what the differences are, and we can ask you, you can kind of go over the elements and tell us if you think something's wrong. If you, because the evidence card doesn't have the sketch. Looks like the general, like you have like a porch in the front, and then you have the main living space kind of looks like this with the garage in the back.
Yes. He shows the garage, I think, at like something like 780.
So let me ask a question. Does the garage go all the way from this corner to this corner of this property? Like,
No, that is a bathroom.
so there's
a
something
little
in
bathroom
there.
right there.
I think we have, is that 8?
That's correct.
Is that 8 or 9 feet? So we have that there. We have 9 here.
Did you all go out and physically measure it, or do you?
We
do it
probably
from
do,
above?
we do both. And
Because
so-
it's got a huge overhang with the roof.
Right, we do both. I'm glad to look at the pictometry and try to see if there's any difference in the, yeah, I'm glad to look at it.
That's something I can have a copy of.
Of course, we can get you a copy of the card.
Thanks.
All right, so we see the general shape, it was upturned, obviously. We see the general shape, so we can actually look at the distance from here to here for one. That looks to be 38 feet. Let's go back into the card. That 38 feet?
I can't see from here.
Can you make it big? We have 39 feet. It was 38 and change, so maybe a foot off there. Maybe. And turn it. Just give me the overall distance from here to here. Yeah, we have 29 feet that says 29.7. So again, that seems reasonable. Turn it one more time and go to this other side, Scott. It's hard to see this corner right here. I think it's right here, here, yeah. Sorry, Scott, I'm in your way. $51 feet. We can look at that. $25 and $24. 25 and 24, that's 49 feet. So it appears to be correct, ma'am. I mean, it could be wrong with both here or there, but the general shape appears to be correct.
That was your rebuttal time.
Oh, okay.
1 minute for closing.
said everything I wanted to say. It just seemed like our house, when I would look at these newer homes,
Uh-huh.
did not measure up. And when I was, I didn't think they were very close, just because I didn't feel that ours is much older. And we have maintained it, that is true, but we haven't. What people look at when they go to buy a house is the bathrooms and the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
And, you can watch HGTV and they'll tell you the kitchen sells houses. I know what will sell the house. I know it's the land, but I don't think the house is worth as much. Now, if it was rehab with, beautiful floors and brand new bathrooms, like 1581 is gorgeous. And there's a couple others that are just really lovely redone. Then yes, I can see it getting more money, definitely.
Okay.
We can't afford to do that, so.
Yeah. So can you describe, do you have carpet in there that's been replaced, or do you just have hardboard that are original? What do you have on the floor?
Tile that's original and carpet in the bedrooms. It's just since we didn't live in the home, it's held up over the years and we tried to keep it
What about like your kitchen countertops and such?
same.
Tell me what they are.
Formica, a little pink and white swirly formica.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's enlightening.
And the oven is dated from 1955. We still use it, and the cooktop, it's all the same, everything is the same.
Well, I'd like to make a proposition of just bringing the class down a subclass from 5MV plus to 5MV based on the swirly thing and the swirly Formica, and also drop age 5 years from 1989 to 19. Is that going to be 84?
Yeah.
So let's see what those changes are. It may not be a whole bunch, but you're testifying to what the inside looked like, and it's not. No offense, but it's not super desirable.
Well, I know. Yeah, to us, it's fabulous, but in the bathrooms, it's the same original tile, the same tub, everything.
Think swirly thing?
The same what?
Think swirly thing?
It's a little bit darker, but yes, it's Formica in the bigger bathroom. And the other one's just a little secret.
The purported changes, just taking 5 years off the effective age and just a subclass change goes to 493,050. And that's my recommendation based on her testimony.
Was that 493?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
8050.
Thank you.
It's our time.
I would say that's reasonable. The predominant of the value is in the land. Maybe about a $35,000 decrease in the home structure
How
value.
much does that make the house worth? I didn't do the math.
It would be approximately 170,000, maybe a little more.
We're talking about
174,810.
78,000 and something.
Yeah, 174,810 is what it comes to.
Okay.
House.
Yeah.
I think with all that she's described in terms of the lack of amenities, so-called, in the house, that changing the classification and changing the effective age was the proper way to adjust.
I think it's perfect.
And
Ramona, you okay?
you okay?
I am.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, then on account number 266515, make a recommendation that based on the information we've gotten from the protester and from the district regarding possibility of incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level appraisal, the district has made the recommendation to reduce the effective age of the house and property code, and bringing the total value down to 493,050.
Second,
I'll second that.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Obviously hoping for better, but that is, I appreciate very much.
Okay,
Thank
we're
you.
done.
Thank you, ma'am.
The actual video.
Yeah. Take care.
No problem.
Okay.
This is the first time
In your video. Video, Zoom?
Yeah.
Which one are we doing?
138.
138?
038.
038.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is this the affidavit?
No, she's gonna be on Zoom.
How many more do we have?
An affidavit.
No, there's also the gentleman who is coming back.
The guy's gonna come back.
Oh,
We have two.
three. Sorry.
Go ahead and start. No, they're on Zoom.
We start?
I will admit her.
Hello?
Miss Sievers? Miss Sievers? Hello, Miss Sievers? Oh, she has microphone off, I believe. Connecting off. Yeah, it is. Miss Sievers?
Can you see what's happening?
Yeah, I can see her sitting there. She's staring out the window.
Miss Sievers?
Oh,
Just put her microphone on. Miss Sievers?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Very good.
All right.
Miss Sievers, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Hi, we've got some administrative to take care of. Just follow along with us and we'll be right there.
Okey doke.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1038. Review board that will be hearing your protest today. Kathy Hoffman, Ramona Blanc on Zoom, and myself, Charlie Powers. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Ms. Seaver, do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, I hope so. It was just one package.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Pickarazi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ms. Sievers,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Very good,
My
thank
name is
you.
Michael Sutter, do solemnly swear affirmative testimony and shall present to the appraisal report from the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ms. Severs, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold a Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Do you have, or can you put your hands on a page that was sent to you as a part of the package from the district? It says hearing procedure times at the top.
Yes, I have that.
Very good. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Righty. First of all, I did send in the protest online, and what the choices that I made online, I guess aren't necessarily, they must be automatically filled in. So it looks like I'm requesting my property value to be $150,000. That is not the case for the total value. I'm just strictly protesting the value of the property alone. Does that make sense?
The land.
Just the land, correct. I received a settlement response with the same as my 2020 appraisal value on it. So that's why we're here today. It looks like ACAD has put a blanket. I live in the reserve at St. Charles Bay. Looks like ACAD put a blanket property value of $250,000 on many of the quarter acre to half acre lots that were out there. That is not what they're selling for. It's not the value that they have held, disappointing as it is. So what I sent you was copies of what I could pull up myself. And my first, I numbered them in your package. The first one I have is a property at 183 Reserve Lane. I'm sorry, 248 Reserve Lane. This is the only property I have that's on the bay side, arguably the more valuable property, sold this past April for $200,000. This property is 10,454 square feet, value of $19.13 a square. I kind of went through the next four the same way. 183 Reserve Lane is on the canal side, which is where I am. I'm on the canal side. Sold September of 2019 for $195K. This property is 9,060 square feet, and that figures to $21.52 a square. 139 Reserve Lane, also on the canal side, sold last April 2019 for $280,000. This was a large lot with more water frontage, 12,454 square feet. Came in at about $22.47 per square. And then 159 Reserve is also canal side. I included this property even though it was sold July of 2018 because that's right about where the property value started to decline and the lots were not selling for what we had all bought into initially. That's a particularly large lot for 14,200 square feet, sold for $260,000, and that's all the way down to $18.30 a square foot. Then on pages 5, 6, and 7 of your package, that was from properties that's the information that ACAD sent me that I could go through. And my properties 1, 2, and 3 are also on that list, same thing. And they come out about the same. I mean, it's strictly about the math as far as I'm concerned for the square footage, value of the square footage out there. So all waterfront property, we're on the canal side. So I just want to get the value of the property back down to where it needs to be rather than that blanket $250,000 that was sent to all of my neighbors. I mean, we can end that there. The rest is just math.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to add at this point? You have another minute.
No, I mean, just what I included. It's like I said, it's all The property values are anywhere from $15.59 a square all the way up to $31 a square on the more valuable Bayside property. That's all. I just want to get that land value back down.
Thank you. Mike, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine.
In the cross time, I mean, obviously there's people that are selling things or trying to, sell lots for different prices. Currently, the $200,000 lot has been brought to our attention, I think in a hearing or two ago. It's pointed at. The reality is that from an equity standpoint, we've had all of those on that canal side at 250, and that was derived from sales that we had in the past. And really, what we have is we have a house. We have a house, and we actually have other house sales. So the hard thing that we have at the appraisal district is trying to reconcile. Okay, the subject property is at 121 Reserve Lane. Let me just go through the packet. It's currently assessed at $561,000 and change.
Mhm.
And what's hard is that you actually have a house, just a couple of houses over, that sold for $585. Now,
Oh, one house over, yeah. Mhm.
house over for $585. And so the subject property owner can, presenting the process, can purport, hey, my land value should be from 250 to 2 or something like that, or 250 to 190 or something, some number. Then we have to adjust for actual sale. For the actual sale of a house at 585. So does that mean that the house values go up? Because we have some new pieces of data that are telling us, hey, it's not 250, maybe it's something like 200. Maybe. But we have a house that's selling. Now, in one of the previous cases, it was on the other side of the street where it was a marsh. That's not the case here. The case that we have here is we have comp number 1 that's compared to the subject property. Very similar in square footage, very similar in classification. Sold for $585.
Yeah, 5 minutes for your presentation.
That was the cross time?
That was your cross time.
Okay. So, moving on to my presentation. Right next door, sold for $585. That happened this year, March of 2020. So how do we reconcile that? Well, we're going to have to reconcile that in the next cycle. We're going to have to reconcile that in 2021, where we actually say, hey, we're going to use this sale of 200 or 190 or whatever sales we can gather from the lake side or the canal side, and then try to reconcile it with what we have in home sales. And so what's probably going to happen in this next cycle is we're probably going to have an adjustment of a land value that actually declines, and home value that actually increase, because you have 585 as a sale for the for a comparable sale that's right next door to the subject that's 585. I mean, we're going to have to do one or the other. Yeah. The next one is on 137 Reserve Lane. Again, it's on that same side of the street. It's on the odd side or the canal side of the street. Sold for $798. Again, much bigger than the subject property, much bigger than the property. Appropriately adjusted, that one renders a value of $602 and change. Comp number 3. Comp number 3 is on the other side of the street. It's on the Reserve Lane on the bay side. Sold for $761, renders a value of $658 when compared with the subject. This one is on the same, comp number 4 is on the same side of the street at 135. Again, sold for $680, much bigger than the subject, appropriately adjusted, renders a value of $526 and change. When you look at the median value of those sales, it still indicates a value of $576. No doubt, subject property owner is bringing information that's relevant to the cost. She gets to say, hey, I think my land value is too high. Okay, how do you reconcile that with a house sale two doors over and it's sold for $580? How do you do that? It's $585. That's what it's sold for, 2 doors down. From an equity standpoint, we'll move on to equity. These are houses that are not necessarily sales, but they're houses on that same side of the street. And we try to get very similar square footages to compare to. So when you look at this, when you look at the equity here, the very first one, is this my, Scott? Look at the very first one, it happens to be the sale, and it purports a value of 562 and change when compared with the subject. Comp number 2, when compared with the subject, again, is 561. Comp number 3, when compared with the subject, is 575. Now, these are all comparable properties on the same side of the street. They all have the same canal attribute. They all, you'll notice that they all have the same land value. And looked at the other comp, we looked at the other sales grid, and it supported the market value. Now you're looking at the equity grid, and it's supporting the equity value. There is no doubt that there needs to be some changes out in reserve, but I don't know how to reconcile it. I don't know how to reconcile it right now. I'm going to reconcile it next year. I don't know how to reconcile that right now because the information came late. The information, was not there, and then people started saying, "Hey, this is what I bought for this, or this is what this is for sale, or this is what this is for sale." We didn't have that information. I'm telling you that right now, we have a sales grid that indicates right next door to the subject property. I mean, there's only 40 square feet difference between, or 30 square feet, 31 square feet difference between that and the subject. It sold for 585. We currently have 561 on the subject property. All the other elements are
canal.
Yeah, exactly. They're all on that side of the street.
Yeah.
They're all on that odd side of the street. 121, 123, 137, and the other one is on there as well. I don't know what that is. That one's not. That one's on the other side of the street, but 135 is on the same side of the street. And if you just look at the ones on that side of the street, you got a $680,000 sale, a 585, go back, and a 798. The one that,
Yeah, that's not.
and the one most similar to the subject is not those monsters that sold for 798 because those are much bigger than the subject. The one that's most similar to the subject is within 31 square feet of the subject. And that's all I got.
Okay, ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Okay, yeah, the house next door was the very most obvious comp. It is a little bit bigger, the lot's a little bit bigger, and they got a heck of a deal. So good for them, the people who sold it. However, the other comps that you sent me are some of the houses that, as you said, the one that's 3 houses from ours, it's not a comp at all. I mean, it's swimming pool. That house is gorgeous. I would like it. However, what I have here based on, I can't speak to what anybody else's appraisal is for 2020, obviously, but the fact is all those numbers may work out just fine if you're putting a blanket $250,000 value on the piece of property. So my contention still is if I go through the different house values on my side, the 171, or the land values on my side, the 171 reserve lane, the 149 Foxtail is in a cul-de-sac, a little higher value, but it's still not there. I have the other ones that you sent me. Like I said, it's just math. It's 183 reserve lane. I already addressed that. The 103 Bismarck and 179 reserve lane. These are all properties still going at the $16 per square, $19 per square. And the way I understood, and I could be wrong, but the way I understood the equity comp grid and the sales equity comp grid, we had to find some kind of happy medium as to what was actually selling, what's on the market. I don't even know if that counts, what people bought things at. We bought in 2016 when the value of the reserve was very, very high. and everybody was on board. And well, you all know what happened down there in Rockport. So we're kind of back to square one a little bit. So that's really what I'm looking at, is the equity comp grid using the median of the last 10 actual sold properties and the last 5 actual sold properties on the sales equity grid. I can't speak to the value of our house. It's square footage. It's one of the it's the smallest plan that they offered. And those little canal houses right there in the front, the 121, the 123, the 125, all those are a cookie cutter planned house, small square footage. There's really nothing special about them. So to put our value the same as the ones that you looked at before, the comps before, those are custom homes. And it's not, I mean, they're just not apples to apples. So that's where I'm at with it. I just want to get the property value back down to where it needs to be, to what's actually selling.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add?
I don't think so.
You have, ma'am, you have, I'm sorry, one minute for.
Well, I have a 2-minute rebuttal.
I'm sorry, you have just rebuttal for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
In rebuttal, what I would say is that, you know, the subject property sold in 17, this is before the storm, for $600,000. You know, the property owners indicated that, you know, we're kind of back to square one. We got a value of 561. The subject, at least at the time that this was put together, was currently listed at 635. So is it still on the market, ma'am?
It is, but the price has been dropped. I would love to get that amount, but it's not going to happen.
What's the price that you have on it right now?
625. I don't want to be a liar. I think it's 625, but I think it's 625.
And so if somebody came to you with an offer that we currently have on the subject property, you would do what? 561, somebody offers you 565, what do you do?
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
So you accept it at 565 or you don't?
I don't know. That's a tough one. It honestly depends. It depends upon a lot of things. It's not a yes or no answer. Sorry.
Kind of is. You would be the other transactor in that market value transaction.
Yeah, no, I mean, my gut feeling would be to say no and try to get a little more money. I mean, I understand what you're asking, but in all honesty, by the end of the summer, if it doesn't sell, yeah, we probably would.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, you know, the one next door, you know, 585, 565, 575, somewhere in that range. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but you're using, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know how that, sorry.
Answering the question honestly. I mean, it's good. It's good. Just in light of all the evidence that the subject property owner has presented and the district has presented, it's our case that the value is supported at the 561, 050. You can see that from a market value standpoint, the one right next door is very strong. From an equity standpoint, again, we're looking at equity on that side of the street. It's purporting a value of 562, which supports the 561.
Okay, ma'am, you have 1 minute for closing.
Okay, well, the only thing I would say is that I don't believe that we can just use the sale of that one property. You know, yes, it's next door. Yes, it's a little bigger, not by much. I think the overall issue is that we have certain sections of the reserve and that where we are the small canal little lots, and they should not be valued as much as the larger custom home lots, certainly not the ones that are on the bay side with much more water frontage. So that was my only contest, was that those are valued the same as ours are valued, and it's not right. I understand what you're saying about the house, but I can't speak to that because because I told you earlier, I don't work for the appraisal district, but it's the land values that we're most concerned with out there.
Thank you.
In closing, what I'd say is that, we have multiple property owners bringing us information from this whole reserve area. Recently, the district has heard from individuals on the marsh side and indicated, hey, our land value is too high, and they kind of had a case. This is a different scenario. This is a viable boat launch. If you look at the subject property, it's a canal lot. It's viable. How is it viable? Well, you have a market sales transaction right next door within 31 square feet of the living space of the subject property. And it sold for $585. In light of all this, we used equity to support the $562,000 figure. The subject is currently appraised at $561 and change. That's all I have.
The 200,000. That was Marsh, wasn't it?
No, that was Bay.
That was Bay.
That was Bay.
Marsh.
No, the protester was Marsh. The comp that he brought was Bay, and the
Marsh
property right now is bringing is Bay.
Is Bay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
Right.
Right? Isn't that right, Ms. Sabers? That the $200,000 comp is a Bay lot, right?
I'm sorry, what's the number?
200,000.
Your first comp.
Oh, the first comp, no, yes, that was a Bay, correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just need your clarification.
Yes, sir. 122, I think was the, yeah.
Can we now have 5 minutes to deliberate? So what do you, I don't know.
I wouldn't change it.
Leave it the way. Yeah. It's a tough decision. I think we should all take to heart what Mike has said about adjustments being made in this area next year.
Yeah.
But that doesn't help us this year, unfortunately. Ramona? Ramona?
I'm listening to you.
Where are you?
It hurts my heart. I feel like it should be reduced. I don't know if you want to go or think about last year's value maybe, or even to the 200,000. I mean, if we see a Bay lot that sells for 200,000, and I know they can pull up to that, pull their boat up most of the way or, part of the way. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a dilemma because as Mike has pointed out, the sales board, the number that the district has come up with. The protester, on the other hand, has brought us some good information that, as Mike mentioned, will be definitely taken into consideration in next year's appraisals, but it's hard to take effect in this year's appraisals. It's my understanding. Is that what you're saying, Mike? Am I putting words in your mouth?
No, I think you've stated it correctly. We're going to, based on the information that we have at hand, we're probably going to make a value change to the land in a negative fashion. But in doing so, we're going to look at the sales of houses.
Well, the houses are worth more than the land's worth less.
Yeah, it's because we have to be at market value.
I don't know. I don't see how we can make any changes. I don't know. Charlie, you're aware?
What do you think, Charlie?
Well, I guess we could make a change just to the land.
That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hope that it aligns with what they come up with next year.
Well,
That's what I think.
I think if you take the land down at all, it needs to probably go to the 200. Because that's what some of the comps showed. Correct?
What do you think?
That would take,
Charlie?
that would be 511.
Hold on. Now I have to get my calculator out.
511.
Huh?
511050.
511.
050.
Yes. I'm okay with that.
And we need to stipulate that what we're doing is taking it off the land only, not.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah,
Okay with you?
yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right, then on account 88180026, wanted the information brought to us by the district and by the protester addressing incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal. We are going to take $50,000 off the land only, bringing the land value down to $200,000 for a net price on the property of $511,050.
Ramona,
I second that.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Ms. Seaver.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
You rattled off the Survey Monkey thing awfully fast. Can I just get that again?
Certainly. SurveyMonkey.com
Yeah.
/R
Okay.
/survey ARB.
Okay.
Okay?
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye.
And then we have
And then you have the affidavit.
an affidavit, yes, you can read.
Okay, Ramona, did you get that email with the affidavit for Mr.
I
Green?
have no idea. I will look.
Okay, because he's coming up
I
next.
never, I will tell you, I never check my email. You guys are making me do it every day.
Right.
Still sorry.
Killing me.
Killing me small.
The guy's still waiting.
Yeah,
Killing me small.
yeah, he's in the parking lot, he's gonna wait.
What do you, where do I
What
find
do we
it?
do?
It should have been, and you might have to go out and then go back
Okay,
in,
that's fair enough.
and then it should be pulled into the 3.
What
You know what the number is?
is it?
What account are we doing this time?
Working on it. Tell you in a minute.
Okay,
Did you find
no
that?
problem.
Did
Huh?
you find the email I sent you?
Well, I gotta log on the computer and all that fun stuff. Hold on.
That one.
Okay.
Let me go get the affidavit. That would help.
Okay. You can bring him in anytime.
What are we doing now?
This is the fellow who was here, who is his second account scheduled for the 31st, and we agreed to hear it this afternoon.
Oh, so what
So he
number is
doesn't have
this
to drive back.
information?
Don't know yet.
Oh,
Working on that now. Did you get the
He's 11:31.
11:31?
11:31.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
oh, that's the guy who's here is the only thing.
11:31? You go out and get him?
11:31.
Got it.
Case number 1.
All right, he's coming.
It's just,
No, it's on your iPad.
oh,
Somebody put the property ID.
Okay.
your property ID is P,
Let's see. Are you gonna click?
this comes up. Property ID 8819672. Dun, 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 dun. Dun.
certainly.
What?
You got the account number?
881972.
67353.
No.
Oh, you want to sign it, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm on the wrong person.
I don't know where they are.
Yeah, it's, protest is 1131.
1131, yeah.
And the property ID number is 8819672.
Are we all together now?
We are.
You got your affidavit, Ramona?
I do.
All right.
Kathy, you ready? Okay. Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1131, account 8819672. Is that right?
I believe 8819672.
Yeah, very good. We're all on the same
I was
page.
trying to make sure these things didn't go off.
Now, since you've been here before, we'll forego the reading of the script and dive right into ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I'm Piccarazzi, I'm notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I say, I, Warren Green, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
My name is Michael, but I do solemnly swear from the testimony itself presented to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Is correct?
Okay, who goes first?
I'll go first on this one.
Okay.
We have the evidence scanned in up there. Okay. So the only thing on this one, we bought it, you can see in August of last year. So if you scroll down, the way that they wanted to do it, they did a sales price of 190, but then if you keep scrolling down or right there, then they did a $20,000 seller credit back. They said you could use it on a boat dock or whatever you want to use it for. So really the price of it was 170, but it shows as 190 with a $20,000 buyer credit. And then that's our closing statement. So if you scroll down, you can basically see that they just gave us a $20,000 credit for closing. And so the actual price of the lot was 170. So when I talked to the guy on the phone, he said, I just need to come in and explain how that worked. There wasn't actually a boat dock on the property at the time. We put one in, I want to say it was February of this year. So they just call it a boat dock credit. I think they do it like that because it's good for us because it was $20,000 less in cash we had to bring to closing. But it's good for them because they could say we sold a lot for $190,000 as opposed to $170,000. That's really all I have on this one. That's just our closing statement from when we bought it.
So you're just asking to have the price reduced to 100.
Yes, ma'am, just for the price that we paid for it.
Anything else?
No, sir, that's all I have.
Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination.
This is a title, it says final buyer statement. So was it cash or did you borrow money on it?
No, we borrowed money on it. I used Land Guarantee Bank and Trust as the lender down there.
Okay, so in the appraisal world, they're looking at line item 101 of the closing statement. This is not a closing statement, this is a buyer statement. Similar, but what did you purport to the loan? What did you purport to
like who you were borrowing from. I mean, what do they think that they have? Do they think they have an asset of a sales price of 190, or what do they think they have?
I don't know what their appraisal was at on it or how they did that, but when we did the closing, basically, so
I understand what they're trying to do.
They counted the $20,000 as down payment, basically. It was
I think
cash.
where Mike's going
It was
with
cash towards closing is what they counted it at. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading.
No, you're good. You're good.
So when on the closing, on the title company statement, it just showed it as a $20,000 buyer credit. So you know how like it's the same thing. Is it? I don't remember if this was scroll up. I don't remember if this is from the title company.
Yeah, this is the title company.
Yeah, it's from the title company. And so it was just 190 minus, so you can see that 9,500 is our earnest money. We had a deposit, that's the loan amount, and then this is the seller credit. So that just counted, they just took that off of that number up there.
So hang on
along
right
with other
there.
things.
Hang on right there. So you got the one, was it an 80-20? For that, your loan? Was it 80 that they loaned
Yes.
80?
It might have been 80, I don't remember. It was right around 20.
Okay, so just for the record, the bank loaned on the sales price of the 190, not the 170. And so the loan amount, 152, is exactly an 80-20 loan.
You have 5 minutes.
And what I would say is I'm not discounting the fact that you got credit for $20,000. I'm saying you told the rest of the real estate market world that this transacted at 190.
With a $20,000 credit.
I understand.
That's how it records in MLS.
I understand that. I understand that it's 190. But on an 80-20 loan, they only lent you, they lent you on the 190. They didn't lend you 80% of the 170. They lent you 80% of the 190. So somebody is guaranteeing that when you sign all your documents, what do we have documents for? For that piece of land over there. Well, what's that worth? We're saying that it was worth 190. Do you sign that? Yeah, I signed that. Do you sign that? Yeah, I signed that. And we give that over to a lending institution. Anything beyond that, and I'm not saying you did this, I'm saying anything beyond that is borderline fraudulent when it comes to the FDIC, when in regulatory statute. When they're looking to loan on that, what asset do they really have? They're looking at that top line number. That's why line item 101 is so critical for the closing statement, because it's a line item that's by law, that's what that's sold for. And I'm not discounting the fact that you got credit or that you beautified your property subsequent to the sale. I believe that you got a really good deal in that situation. I mean, we have to, coming back, we had a value. This is not good. I mean, all of it is not good. I mean, in my opinion, the property owner came and presented information and, like, hey, the property land values are going down. We've heard recent cases that the land value is going down. It is. But my case here is it's going from 250 to 190, not 250 to 170. I mean, it's just not.
Well, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's not my turn.
And I'm going to go ahead and present my case. My case is going to be based on the evidence.
Just one thing.
Sure.
Before you go. The seller in this case only got 170.
Because they provided a credit. That's correct.
They only got 170. So they really did sell it for 170. There's a lot of machinations went on here. But the bottom line is they sold this land for 170.
They sold it
Not
for 190 with a $20,000 credit. That is not typical in the marketplace. Just not typical in the marketplace. And furthermore, to clarify that, on that document, the subject property owner has borrowed 80% of the $190,000 value.
I get all that.
Okay, sir.
But
well, then let me present my case,
okay.
and everybody gets to make their decision. The subject property is currently priced at $250. The sales that are purported here, this is one of the sales. which is this sale, which is 190. This is what we have. Obviously, the subject property owner has brought information that he feels that the property should be appraised at the 190 less the 20. Comp number 2 is another sale in Bismarck, and it sold for 225. That was 11 of 19. Comp number 3, also on Bismarck, sold for 195. Comp number 4 on Foxtail sold for 210. When you look at all of those values and you look at this median value, it purports a value of 210. Not discounting, definitely the subject property sold at 190. From an equity grid, what are these all appraised at? They're all appraised at 250. 50, 250, 250 for those 3. This is the information that we have right here. Those are the 2 pieces of data.
We're doing sales and equity?
Yeah, I did equity. Equity was at 250. Obviously, there needs to be some changes moving forward. A lot of these pieces of data came in after our notice values went out, and we knew that there was a sale that occurred in 19, but we didn't know what it was. And then we got that piece of data late, and then we started entering that information in. It would have been great to have this all beforehand, but people don't always fill out their stuff, and so it is what it is.
You have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, can you scroll back to the map?
You bet.
And so just to give you history on this, the property was offered by the seller to me at 170. Then we went back and added the credit in. So their advertised price was 170 on it. But the reason that this one was so much cheaper than all these other ones, if you look at it, it's a reverse pie. So if you look at that amount of waterfront, which is what determines a lot of the value, it's significantly less than all of these other ones. It also has, you can't really see it on the wall here, but there's a big drainage easement that runs here. It's a big ditch full of gravel. And then this right here is zoned to be, there you go. So there's the drainage easement there. This right here is zoned to be, I guess it's considered single family, but in a townhomes. So there's supposed to be townhomes all right here matching the stuff up there, which is why they were offering that at a lower price, because it's got so much less water frontage and is adjacent to that and all of that stuff. But
there you go. That's all good information.
Yeah. But like he was saying, the amount that the seller collected was 170, and it's no different than a typical residential contract in paragraph 12B, where it says closing costs, which basically says closing costs paid by seller. And when that's recorded on the MLS and it goes into an appraisal, that's what they look at. They take the sales price and then they subtract credits, and that's the value that they judge the sale price of the house at. So if you have a house that sells for 200 and you got $10,000 in seller paid closing costs, then they judge the value of it at 190, not 200, because the seller didn't realize that 200. It doesn't matter how you move the numbers around. The seller's bottom line is what he sells it for minus closing costs that's paid or whatever. You can label it boat dock, you can label it closing costs, you can label it whatever. It doesn't change the bottom line.
Yeah, and the difference there is market value is the sales transaction which a buyer and seller would both operate and do for cash or cash equivalency. So it is that top line. And the only difference between what you're describing in a residential is it is typical that a seller absorb the closing cost in a typical transaction. What we have here is different than that, because what we have here in that boat credit or boat dock credit is not typical. Having said that, the subject property owner has brought some other information about the condo that's going to be developed there and the ditch to the side and the pie shape, whatever. So, my information says my value should be at 210, at best. He's got 190, at the 170, you can go anywhere you want.
Kathy, where are we?
I don't have anything
Oh, I'm
else.
sorry. still have about
Okay, well,
58 seconds.
okay, so, I mean, I'm in real estate, so we do this a lot. It's not typical for the seller to pay all the closing costs. That's always an added line contract. Paragraph 12B is the additional money paid by closing. And that's how they always appraise them, is that amount minus what's paid in closing costs. Now, this one's for a $200,000 place is higher than a lot of them. And a lot of banks just won't allow you to do it. Ours does because we have a good relationship with them. So, but the seller realized $170,000 off the sale. That's what he sold it for. And it had been on the market for a long time before we bought it. So I think that's the actual value of the property. That's what we paid for it.
We have 2 minutes for a vote.
Yeah, all I would say is that our evidence points to 210, the subject obviously sold for 190 less some number. The 20,000, in our opinion, is not typical. Having said that, our evidence points to 210. I don't know, the subject, he obviously has information that sold for 190. He did bring some other information about, being a smaller waterfront, having the ditch that's what's called an economic obsolescence. It's outside of the property parameters. Those are all valid things. I don't have anything on it.
Okay, you have,
Okay, I guess in closing, I would just say the actual realized that, so when they contacted me about this property, the property was listed at 270, and they said, we will take $100,000 off the property if you purchase it within the next 2 weeks. That took it down to 170. And then we did the $20,000 credit.
you buy from an individual or you
No,
buy
ma'am, I bought it from the developer.
developer? I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That's how you got that deal.
Right, and they did that with that lot and a couple other ones across the street because the lots weren't selling. And so, because I'm in real estate and I'd sold some other properties around there, they called, if you got anybody who wants it at this price, this is what we'll sell it at. So they agreed to sell it at 170, and then we went back later and added in that additional money for the boat dock or the seller credit or however you want to classify it. In the short term, what it did was it saved us from having to bring an additional $20,000 in cash to closing. And that was important to us at the time. It made the deal work for us, so that's what we did.
All right, we have 5 minutes to deliberate. What are you thinking?
170.
170? I'm kind of with the 190 with, I'm in real estate also. I understand exactly what he's talking about. You got a gift, your loan, your bank thinks it has a $190,000 piece of property, not a $190,000 piece of property.
We didn't hide it from them. They knew what it was. And then I even talked to my banker about it and said, look, we're not building a boat dock immediately. She's like, that's fine. It'll go towards your closing costs. So they knew what it was.
And I'm good anywhere between 170 and 190.
Like where?
180?
I'm good with 180. How about you, Charlie?
Yeah. Kathy,
I'm sorry, could I?
180?
180?
Yeah, she's good with 180.
I don't have information. Where is it?
It's not here.
It's not here.
He came, like, we're seeing him, he was scheduled for another day.
Yeah, y'all squeezed me in so I didn't have to drive back, which I appreciate.
It does take out number
Oh,
881-9672.
881-9672.
Are you in College Station?
Yes, sir. Most of the time.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion regarding account number 8819672. The market information given to us by both the protester and the district. Are we, market and median value?
Market and equity. Market and equity, correct.
Regarding taking into consideration incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal. We have determined to price at 180.
Second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 180.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Really appreciate that.
You're
Commissioner.
welcome.
You take some trip back.
Thanks. I'm gonna stay tonight.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I brought the kids, two of the kids down. I'm gonna take them fishing tonight. Hopefully catch a little bit.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Aye.
One more affidavit.
Problems out there.
Gosh, I would not want to own property out there. Would not want to own property out
Oh,
there. Oh, bless.
my husband's looking for me. What do we have, an affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're still working. We got one more case, so we'll get home. Ooh,
We have a written affidavit?
Mhm.
Okay.
one more case, we'll take it home. Okay.
Ramona,
Yes, ma'am.
we're doing the 2020-1178.
I got it.
Do we have information on that?
They were originally from this morning, so they're on the case listing.
Oh, what were they on the 8:30?
They're on the 10.
The 10 o'clock.
But in the Kindle, they should be on the 3 o'clock now, I think.
Oh, no, it's another one.
And it's, what is it? 178? Oh, I see it.
Yes.
It's in the middle of the page.
Oh, where is it now?
It should be on the 3. Charlie, I pulled it over for you. That should be the.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, are we ready? I gotta get home.
Whenever you are.
Okay, open hearing on case number 2020-1178, account number 71035. Is that right?
Yes.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest are not communicating with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Collins, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Ramona?
Oh, I was in my own world there for a second. Thank you. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Pickard, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming the protester is under oath as they signed the affidavit.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. At this point, read the property owner's affidavit of evidence. Okay, it says property owner's affidavit of evidence, account number 71035, Daryl and Mary Caldron. It gives a Houston address right there with their phone number. Property reserve is 116 Reserve Lane, Rockport, Texas 78382. Value is unequal compared with other properties. It's a thing checked. I do not intend to appear at the hearing by person or telephone call. This affidavit may be used in an evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. Signed in the county of Aransas before notary public. On the point. That is the evidence. The additional taxpayer evidence was attached in an email from Daryl Calderon to Beth Picarazzi at the Aransas CAD ARB. It says, Beth, 103 Bismarck sold in September for 170. This is a custom canal lot. 171 Reserve Lane sold for 175 in September, also a custom canal lot. Our argument is that the number of lots on the canal on canals a higher value because the fact that they are in higher demand and have water access. Our bayfront lot is valued higher than the canal lots, but have not sold as readily. We are arguing that our bay lot should not be priced higher than the canal lots. We are asking that our lot value be placed at last year's tax valuation. And that is the property owner's evidence. That is all inclusive right there.
Go again.
Okay, so this is Calderon. Currently have a valuation on the subject property of, I'm going to go into my evidence. We currently have a valuation on the subject property of $586,780 dollars. It's a house with a waterfront, bayfront property. See that currently have the comparable sales grid. Let me see what they have on their protest form. They have only equity is checked.
Only equity.
Okay, even though equity is the only thing that's checked, market value is relevant to equity. Our market value even shows that there's a warranted change from 586 to 561. On our equity value, the equity values actually shows a warranted change down to 574. They're indicating that lot value should be less. They didn't say to what, they just gave some examples of what those are. So let me look on my sales grid. My sales grid, let's look to see what we have. The one that's most like the subject is actually on the same side of the road as 122 Reserve. The subject is 116 Reserve. The difference is that that comp number 2 sold at $761,000. You can see that there's a valuation change in the land value that's adjusted for. It's bigger than the subject property, and it renders a value of $659,620. Okay. Comp number 3 is on the canal side. So the one that's most like the subject is actually comp number 2. But having said that, you know, even our own evidence is purporting a change here of what, 561? 561. Equity grid, our value change, again, it's a warranted change at 574. These are not necessarily properties that are sales, but they're properties that are on the bay side. And you can see that the subject is at 116 Reserve. You also have 120 Reserve, 118 Reserve, and 114 Reserve. And, you know, they're most similar to the subject. They're looking at that median equity value of 574. So in both cases, there's a warranted change. Even though market value is, I don't know, you know, she didn't check market value, but I don't know, it's right there. All right, that's all I got.
Equity, median equity value is 574.
That's correct.
Okay. I have a question. There's a lot very similar to the lot that we addressed earlier. That was in that marshy situation. It wasn't going to have the boat dock and all of that stuff. And we reduced that to 170.
No.
No.
We just reduced that value. We had a value, like that subject property owner was marketing his property at 500, and we just went, or the board decided it should go to 490 in that situation.
And how much of that did we attribute to the?
I don't think we did. I don't think, or the board, I don't think the board did.
We just lowered it, but we took that into consideration.
I think so. I think the board considered that the land needed to be adjusted. Or that was the reason that the adjustment was made.
Yeah, Mike,
Yes.
I thought last year all these lots went up to 250.
They did, and they remained. This is on the bay side, though. This particular one's on the bay side.
And that's just because of that one sale for 700 and some?
I can look to see. Yes, it could be.
Basically.
Yeah, that could have been the influence of value. It was the bay sale. It's hard to get away.
Because for him, this gentleman here, the property owner here, I mean, you can't bring a boat up here. I mean, by far, the canal lots are much better.
Yeah, like I said, there's going to be some changes that occur next year.
Well, we can at least drop the price to the median equity value. We can't do it to the sales value. Can we? Sales wasn't under protest. Or market value was under protest. And we can drop to whatever.
I mean, the evidence that I presented is all relevant. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Well, the median, I think the property is too high. We've seen that already today several times.
Right.
Median market sales value is 561,311. Which is basically a what, $25,000 reduction. Bring the prop. If you took it off the land, would bring the land down to below the right around 250. Right.
How do you get?
I have a problem with the 250.
Yeah, I do too, but go ahead. What do you want? What do you think?
Well, the protesters' opinion of value is on the land was last year's number.
Well, they gave two comps. Comps that it sold for one for 170, one for 174, I believe.
If they're asking for the lot value to be placed back to last year's valuation.
Yeah.
I have no problem with 212. Or, yeah, 219, sorry.
219. I'm fine with that.
Go for it.
Charlie,
Yeah, I'm good.
you good with that too?
Good.
Okay.
So what does that do to the total?
It'll just bring out everything back to the value from last year.
Oh yeah, because the house didn't change.
Right. So I make a motion that on property number 71035, case number 2021178 for 116 Reserve Lane, that the land be reduced back to last year's value of $219,470, leaving the improvements as they were last year to bring a total value of 548,050.
Second?
And it's addressing the,
Oh,
their,
it addresses the appraisal ratio to exceed the median level of value.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All righty.
We're done.
Okay,
Motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you.
See you in the morning. Thank you.
Yeah, just put that one right on there.
I don't know whose this was. Mine just died.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? I didn't do it right last time, I guess. I put mine on there over lunch and it didn't charge. Oh.
See you tomorrow.
Night.
Man, what a day. That was a long one. That was a long one.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was gonna be when I